Hi everyone, thank you so much for coming. For the ones outside looking at the demo booths, we're going to be starting shortly, so please move towards the event space. But for the ones in the room, thank you for your patience. We'll start in the next couple of minutes.
Good morning. First of all, thank you so much for making our time to be here. Weather has been nice to us today. Hopefully, it will stay out as it is. So thank you so much. So we're expecting more people to come in the second half as well, so more VCs. My name is Farish. I sort of look after the AI First Accelerator program at Google. And before we started, I just want to share, set some context. Few housekeeping stuff. We'll be live streaming, and it's been already live streamed, so we have a few folks watching online as well. Also, in case if you are sort of sharing it on social, please don't forget to use our official hashtag, #accelerated with Google. Also, tag us on Twitter and LinkedIn and other social media. The agenda for today, right? We have a packed day, with some amazing speakers, industry leaders, and Google leaders joining us today. So the first half, we are going to sort of hear from some of these leaders through keynotes and panel discussions around AI for all. That's our theme for the event. And then second half, after lunch break, that's when you're going to sort of have the amazing demos and pitch from the startups, 20 amazing startups who went through our accelerator program. And then we'll have some graduation moments because they sort of spent 3 months with us and they're all ready to sort of take it to the next level. Don't forget to check out the people here in the room. Don't forget to check out the demo booth outside. There's some cool demos across all the industries, so please don't forget to check out the demo booths today. And also stay out till the end of the event. We have some networking evening that we planned here. And I would love to catch up with all of you. So thank you so much again for joining. So before I invite Karthik to kick off, let's watch a short bootcamp highlight video. The whole program started back in July during our Google I/O Connect Bangalore, which is our annual developer conference. So we put together some videos of what happened there, what happened that 1 week. So it'll give you a glimpse of what startups went through, and then we'll hand it over to Karthik.
Accelerator program has really grown over the last 8 to 10 years and really accelerates startups everywhere in the world to really achieve their full potential with the best of Google, with our people, with our technology, with our network, with our resources, and of course with the broader community.
Google is at the forefront, leading innovation in the advancement of the state-of-the-art in not only machine learning, but now with generative AI. It's crucial that we're enabling the future startups and companies to create how all the different applications and solutions that all of us will be using in the future.
From 1,000 applications to 20 startups to this bootcamp week, it was a long journey. What's special this time was one of the days of the bootcamp was at the Google I/O Connect Bengaluru, which is our annual developer conference. The cohort was officially announced at I/O Connect Keynote, followed by closed-door engagement with our senior leaders across DeepMind, Android, Firebase, etc. And the startups also got a chance to interact with the different Google teams and developers.
Overall, on the product day, on the tech day, today, on the OKR and growth day, all the first sessions from all the 3 days were definitely my favorite. We did a breakfast with Janine Banks, and that was very heartwarming to understand the kind of background she came from and what she's done to get where she's at, right? So I think that's fueled me for like the rest of the year.
Startups go through so many different challenges, whether it's technology, product, people-related, business modeling, and an accelerator is designed to really help address each and every facet of these problems. This is a chance for these startups at the stage exactly that they're at right now, where they're at the cusp of huge growth, to get the right type of mentorship and support across all these different things.
We learned a lot, like this OKR session that we have, SSMs that we got, the diagnostic meetings that we had with them. We got to know some problems that we were having and we shared with them and we got some really wonderful solutions.
I would say amazingly planned sessions, amazingly invited mentors and speakers. We loved a lot, we learned a lot.
I think it's interesting because everybody is really focused in the product. Everyone is really obsessing over AI, which is great because that's what makes their product and experience so cutting edge.
Super innovative, bleeding edge, and as much as they learned from me, I felt like I learned a lot from them as well. Example is hypergro.ai. They're building really cool things in the ad space, which is it's a very difficult space to bring Gen AI to, but the kind of work they've done has been inspiring.
It's very important for us to work with people who are building cutting edge technology. And Google loves to be associated with such startups because then as a team we can partner to co-innovate and working with some of the brightest minds in the country who are trying to solve problems either globally or solve for India. It's a fantastic opportunity for Google to work with them.
Each day focuses on a different aspect. Like the day one was more about us doing their discovery. The second day was more about different business side of mentors come and speak about their product, how to take their startup from zero to a scaled version of their business. The third day was more about the tech side of things. So the way it was programmed, I think, has a lot of structure, gives the startups also to plan it accordingly and come prepared for questions and all of that.
Great understanding of the systems that they are playing in. I think there's a lot to learn from them. I think the questions that they asked or the conversations that I had with them are also very inwardly enriching for me. I think I felt good about it, and there's a lot that I need to learn about what they're building.
You know, when building AI-first products, some things change and some things don't change. You know, work off great user insight. They still have to sort of be creative. And the things that change are really the things that these startups will learn over time.
The best part was our ability to meet a lot of people from Google because we build products on top of Firebase, GCP, Gemini. It was great to sort of get hold of them for dedicated time with us, which is I don't think it'll be possible without this.
We have a great set of founders who are never willing to give up and will be fighting till the end. And we hope to see some good stories till the demo day. And we hope to support these startups for the upcoming 3 months of the accelerator.
All right, big round of applause to all the startups who's in the room. With that, let me invite Karthik for the welcome nod.
Hello, good morning. Hello, good morning. You should all be grateful to the weather gods, folks. So yesterday, we had kind of a situation back in the office. We were discussing whether with the orange alert happening, whether we can actually have the event today. But the weather gods have been kind. A huge thank you to the weather gods that we have been able to have the demo day here. So is it exciting time for you folks or what? Oh God, it's not. It doesn't sound exciting at all. It looks like a lot of drudgery. Yes? Exciting? Okay. So, let me, my name is Karthik Padmanabhan. I've been part of the developer ecosystem team in Google for the last 8 years. Every year has been different, very exciting. Even though I've been 8 years in the job, it doesn't look like 8 long years. It looks like 8 different years. And each year has got its own nuances, it's got its own thrill of doing what from outside might look as a similar job. The reason why I say that is when I kind of took up this role in Google, how many of you know of nasscom? Okay. So nasscom at that point in time was kind of pivoting from after having established the IT services company globally, the Indian IT powerhouse was out there. They started focusing on the Indian startup ecosystem. That's way back in 2014, 2015. And that's when Google also started the accelerator business. It's been a while since Google started the accelerator effort. In those days, we used to call them the Google Launchpad, and now, of course, it's called the Google for Startup Accelerator. The reason I'm telling you this is that there was a situation which nasscom was trying to solve. I know most of you wouldn't have even know what a startup meant at that point in time, but you knew what was the problem this nasscom was trying to solve those days, way back in 2014, 8, 9 years back only? Any thoughts? Any ideas? Come on, yeah. There's no right or wrong answer. Yeah. Yeah. Also, startup is very fashionable today. Back in those days, it was a taboo. So, okay, so people didn't really, the community, the society didn't really consider startups as a cool thing to do, right? And that was one. And second, we just had a motley sum of 1,000+ startups. Not very far ago, 8-9 years back, 1,000+ startups. And nasscom started this initiative called 10K Startups. We're going to make sure that India is going to have 10,000 startups, and they approached Google to see how Google can approach. So Google obviously wrote a check, and then we started the 10K initiative. And today, as per the latest website report from Startup India, we have 140,000 startups in this country. And that's not long back ago. So I've been 8 years in the system. And 8 years back, I inherited a startup ecosystem which was less than 1,000 or around 1,000. And now we are working with a startup ecosystem which is around 140,000 startups out there. And we've been doing accelerator then, we've been doing accelerator now. So what is different? What has changed? That's not changed. We used to collaborate there also, we're collaborating now also. So what has changed? Startups were there in 2014, 2015, 2016. Google was doing accelerators even then. Now also startups are there, Google is doing accelerators now also. What has changed? Boss, look around here. You're all smart people. Come on, look around. What has changed, man? AI is tool. AI will come, something else will come, BI will come, ZI will come. Those things are passing phases. Technology is commodity. Coming from Google, I'm telling you that. But what has changed? Yeah, you have changed. Your mindset has changed. You have changed. Look around, look within you. What has happened to you? What has happened to you? Why have you changed? Have you thought that you have changed? Yes or no? So what has changed? So can you just say 8 years back, I'm sure all of you were aware in the space, right? Just 8 years back, what was happening around you and what is happening around you now? Boss, come on, yaar. You're all startup founders. I know you have a pitch to do. I know you're all butterflies in your stomach. Just relax, take a deep breath, engage, participate. Don't get worried. Come on. Yeah. So whom are you building you are all India-based startups, I assume, right?
Yeah.
You're offering solutions where? In Mars or Venus, or where are you offering your solutions? Which part of this universe are you offering your solutions to?
India.
India?
Starting with, but for the world.
To the world. But India is not in the world, right? Where is India?
In the world, yeah.
Oh, in the world. Oh, thanks. Thanks for clarification. So no customers here. You don't have users in India, I'm assuming.
Of course. We started
you have. Okay. So what has changed to your market here, boss? Come on, guys. The last 8 years, what has happened to the Indian market?
Indian market has become a bit more, supporting startups. Indian startups, they are not, it is not a taboo anymore.
Okay,
to buy
I think
from
you guys
Indian
are not you're so deeply involved in tech, so you don't know, you don't understand consumers, you don't understand market, you just understand tech. Okay, let me give up on this. But think through, think deep, and figure out what has actually happened in India. Apply, look at a context, what was India 8 years back, what has happened now, how the market has evolved, how people have evolved, how things have actually changed for the good. Okay, so what we also do is we support a lot of communities. We work on helping building businesses. We connect with communities. This is a one vibrant community. We have a huge alumni network. Google for Startup has an amazing alumni network. We're very proud of the fact that we have worked in the ecosystem for the last 8-9 years, building an amazing, robust startup ecosystem. Google has contributed to that. So we have Google developer groups. Google, it's no more called Google Developer Student Clubs. I think we need to change that. It's called GDG on campus. We have Google Developer Experts and Accelerator. These are our offerings to help build communities. We have around 70 plus GDGs. We have around 700 GDG on campus, and we have around 800 Google Developer Experts. Some of them would be here. We have accelerated close to 200 startups over the last 10 years. We have received around 1K applications, and which we eventually zeroed on to 20 startups. So the irony is that even in 2016, 2015, we used to do 20 startups. Even now, we're doing 20 startups. So obviously, the bar has gone up. There are a lot more startups applying from what it is to now. So we're also considering how we can scale this program. So you will get to hear a lot about interesting new announcements from the next speaker. We also have a 3-month intense hybrid program to make sure that we're able to keep startups engaged. And then we do 360-degree support, product design, tech, growth, and people. Okay, the journey of our class, we launched the bootcamp happened during the IO Connect times. Then we have offered tailored supports, and then right now you're in the demo day. So I wish you all the very best for the demo day, and I'm sure you guys have worked very hard for the last 3 months. I know we pushed you, you pushed us. It's been a very exhilarating 3 months of experience working together. Today is the finale for the demo day, and I don't want to take much more time. In case, if you guys are still curious to know what I was referring to in my talk, I'm always available. Come by and ping me. I'm more than happy to share that. With that, all the very best. Have a great day. And I want to call in my next speaker, Teena, Bhasin, who leads Google Cloud Consulting for India. With that, over to you, Teena.
Thanks, Karthik. Good morning. I am so excited to have you all over here today. We are here today to congratulate the graduating class of 2024 from our Startup Accelerator. Can we please have a huge round of applause for the graduating class? These are the 20 startups that went through the program and have successfully graduated today. Thank you for partnering with us. Thank you for learning with us and growing with us. AI for all, that is the theme for today. Diverse solutions with infinite possibilities. You will see many of these possibilities in the demos today. I am very excited to see them. Making AI helpful for everyone, that is the basic tenet and philosophy that Google has for ourselves. That is what we have extended for the startups that we have put through this program as well. We are doing this, making AI helpful for everyone, through 4 key ways. The first, scale. Of course, we are Google. We will, of course, talk about scale. We have 6 products with more than 2 billion users a month. We have 15 products that are serving more than 500 million people and businesses. And all of these will be ignited by incredible AI solutions. Can you imagine the scale at which AI will impact the absolute amount of products? Everything we will have will be affected and touched by AI. Research. Our leadership in AI research goes way, way back, right? Sundar Pichai called Google AI first company way back in 2016. Many of the biggest breakthroughs in the industry have come from our research teams, right from Transformers to now Gemini. In fact, Transformers in some circles is also known as the grandparent of the modern language models. So that's how our researchers have impacted the way AI is consumed and used by all of you today. Infrastructure. By far, we have the best infrastructure for the AI era. It is high-performing, it is resilient, it is reliable, it is designed to achieve unprecedented improvements in efficiencies. Our new AI models and algorithms are already more than 100x efficient than they were just 12 months back. So that's the kind of infrastructure that we have. Responsibility. We take this very seriously, how AI will be used, right? So we are committed to charting a responsible path forward for AI. We have long track record of collaborating with regulators, policymakers, civil society around the globe to shape the way AI will responsibly be used, consumed, and produced. Google for Startups, we are committed to supporting the ever-growing startup ecosystem. You all are, you all have evidenced that, seen that, and been touched by the way we support the startup ecosystem. Our mission is to empower startups to build and scale great products and companies with the best of Google, its people, network, research, and technology. Some fantastic numbers here. Already Karthik mentioned, we have been supporting startups for the last 9 years, 217 startups supported so far. I think that's the number on this whole slide that I'm the most proud about. We have alumni, ShareChat, DriveZ, Magic Pin that have gone through the programs that we have incubated. I would love to see some of the startups that are here today on a slide like this in a couple of years. Our partners are also mentioned here. We are obviously, we are nothing without our partners as well. We work with many, many of them to ensure that we support the startups across the year. We mentioned our alumni. That is where you can go find all of them. You can scan, and you will also be there very soon. So Google for Startup Accelerator, AI first. We've been focused and operating on our AI Accelerator program since last year. This is the third cohort that is going through the program and graduating today. 20 of these young, inspiring startups are using the power of AI and generative AI to solve diverse challenges. How did we help them? We helped them with GDM access, integrating frameworks for AI for them, ensuring that what solutions they are creating are responsible. During the IO Connect in Bangalore that happened this year, we announced our partnership with METI to support 10,000 Indian startups in their journey with AI. As part of this effort, we are reorienting some of the programs that we had earlier to shift and support the AI innovation programs that are going to be launched soon. Google for Startups. So this is what we are launching today. The applications for this are going to go live today, which is Google for Startup AI Academy. Please inform your friends, family, and competitors that this is opening up, and they should go ahead and apply for this. The focus areas would be healthcare, agriculture, education, financial inclusion, cybersecurity, climate, public infrastructure. The key thing to note is that these have to be facilitating development of human-centered AI solution. That is what we would be looking at from a solution perspective. Bootcamps, we will have bootcamps in 7 cities. The dates are mentioned here, and more details are to follow. You can find these details on our website as well. These are our partners. We would be doing this along with these partners through November and December this year. So some more details on this. We will have 3-day boot camps, 7 cities, 25 to 30 startups would be selected in each city. So that's a whole lot of startups that would be included in this. And last and not the least, congratulations to the graduating class of 2024. I am super excited about watching your demos. Everybody, please stay on and do look at the demos that are to follow in the second half today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Teena. Hi, everyone. I love that it's a big crowd today. Like Karthik said, we're happy to have our weather gods on our side today. I'm Anjolie Eapen. I help run the Accelerator program for the AI for Startups that you're going to meet later today. Next up, we have a panel discussion. I think today you probably heard AI for all a lot. That's because it's our theme for the day, inspired by our very own cohort. From gaming to cybersecurity to manufacturing to cooking assistance, this cohort has it all. During the second half, you'll hear from them directly. But talking more about the panel, it's going to be on the topic of how should AI be accessible to everyone, regardless of their background, location, or resources. We've also got a fabulous set of speakers joining us today, starting with Payal Goel. She's the Principal Corporate Development for Google India. She's led multiple transactions, including Google's investment into Bharti Airtel, Open Money, No Broker, Glance, and many more. She's going to be the moderator today. We're also joined by Manish Singhal, who's the founder partner of Pi Ventures. He will be sharing more on the VC's perspective on AI investment and opportunities in India. We're lucky enough to also have Praveen Mokkapati joining us today. He's the Deputy Director of nasscom AI. He will be sharing more on the industry body perspective and provide an overview of the current AI landscape in India. And our next panelist is a little special to us. This is Joe Aggarwal, who's the founder and CEO of Wysa. The reason I say special is because she was also part of our accelerator, one of our early cohorts. So besides being a founder and a global leader in AI-driven mental health support, she is also our accelerator alumni. She will share more on the startup's perspective on building AI solutions for diverse needs. And last, but definitely not the least, we have Harsh Dhand, who is the Research and AI Partnerships APAC lead at Google, to share how Google is contributing and collaborating to making AI accessible for everyone. Panelists, over to you. Thank you again.
Thank you so much, Anjolie, and we are super, super excited to be here with all of you today, and congratulations once again to the graduating class. We have a very, very power-packed panel with us today, so we will just kick in right away. We will start with a quick icebreaker question to our panelists. If you could share with me, we've heard AI, especially over the last few months and a few years, take off in unexpected ways. In your experience, if you could share one unusual, unsuspected use case of AI that you've used in your daily life or in your profession that you'd never thought would be possible, I think that will be super, super helpful. So we'll start maybe with Manish, you.
Well, I think I'll share one anecdote which happened a few years ago. We were raising our first fund, and as you know, our first fund was heavily AI focused. And unlike today, not many people know what AI is back in 2016-17. So I landed up in an investor's office, and I was talking about AI, and he says, "Why are you raising money for Air India?" And that has completely changed today. Every kid knows AI. Recently, I also saw one very interesting use case, which I should have thought of before, but you know, one startup was pitching to us, and I saw my analyst asking some really good questions. And I said, "Where are these questions coming from?" Then I took a peek at her screen, and ChatGPT was prompting all the questions to ask. So things are changing massively on that direction.
80% of my questions on this panel are Gemini-driven. Maybe.
Yeah, so there was a special occasion in the family, and I wanted to cook something nice for my wife. I'm a very bad cook. And hence, you know, I was seeing somewhere that AI can do a lot of things. I said, let me put it to test. I said, these are some ingredients that were there in the fridge. There was a Kerala-style curry that I wanted to make for my wife. And I said, I I'm not good at cooking, and gave that prompt. And the kind of manner in which it sort of gave the detailing, I wouldn't say it was a great dish, but then, of course, my wife appreciated the fact that I cooked for her, but more importantly, it sort of came close to the kind of taste that, she had in mind. So I was pleasantly surprised that, somebody like me who doesn't cook normally as frequently as maybe some others do, it came out really well. I was appreciative of that.
That's amazing. Thank you. Joe?
I write poetry, so I write shairi in Urdu, and AI cannot do shairi. It takes soul and it takes original thought. I'm very grateful. But it's really good at when there's a word on the tip of your tongue and you're like, it sounds like this, but I don't know what that word is exactly, and it rhymes with this. Or you're just trying to find the kafiya a little bit like, it rhymes with this, and what are all the words that do that? AI is really good at coming up with some of those.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, I think AI continues to amaze us every day, even though we are in Google sitting in the heart of it, seeing innovations every day. So of course, AI in productivity, using it for education, like teaching my kids. So gone are the days when you had to do a long-term search. Now you can start interacting for teaching any concept for my kids and so on. But what blew me off was in Google for India, we launched Gemini Live. And it was mind-boggling to see how it can start a conversation with you just like that. And I came back and, at night, my younger son asked me for the regular story. And I had 5 minutes to go for my next meeting. So here I am, clicked on Gemini Live, and he starts interacting. So, okay, tell me a story. Okay, what kind of story? An adventurous story. And believe it or not, the kid was thrilled. So he's a 7-year-old. Got a nice story from Gemini Live, which I also actually got interested. I was 5 minutes late to my meeting, but it was worth it. The kid getting a nice story. So I could say parenting outsourced, but yeah, it was good fun.
Yeah, that's amazing. Thank you so much. And that probably shows AI for all, right? From coming up with stories for kids to kind of coming up with questions for investors to coming up for recipes for wives. I think, AI has got it all covered. So maybe that's what, could be the segue for our next question, which is also the topic for the day, which is AI for all. And AI for all could mean different things for different people. And so just to put it all on similar page and same page, maybe, we start with a quick kind of, thoughts on what does AI for all really mean in the context that you are working on today. So maybe, Joe, we will start with you.
So Wysa has been, it's an AI therapist. You talk to Wysa about your emotional problems, and it's really, really hard to do this at scale in multiple languages, up until LLMs. So for us, AI for all is really redesigning how mental health support can go to all of India. We've been running co-design labs at the grassroots with adolescent girls in rural India, because that safe space that they get in the virtual world, otherwise you can never reach them. And within that safe space, you can give them the power to negotiate their environments, to negotiate their mental health, to negotiate their constraints, to give them a little bit less of a sense of powerlessness. And that really, meeting them not just in their language, but in how they think, in how they design, that is really for me what AI for all is.
Yeah. Praveen, maybe we go next with you.
Sure. So I would just add a layer of safe AI for all. That's really how we look at AI for all at nasscom, because of the fact that it is all pervasive, at least since the past few years now. And the kind of stakeholders that we work with are pretty much everybody, governments to industry, academia, startups. So across the board, one of the things that we try to emphasize on, while AI is definitely beneficial, but then do we have the sufficient guardrails that are there in place so that AI can realize those benefits for the intended beneficiaries while still being mindful of the safety aspects and for the fact that, the development has accounted for the core tenets of responsible AI. These are things that we keep ourselves asking these stakeholders from time to time. Now, it is even more pronounced when you look at applications or deployments of AI in a public sector setting. Fortunately, I've been part of some associations with the Telangana government, where a lot of different public sector implementations have been taken up in the state, some of which also including on mental wellness, especially the state government wanting to crack down on substance abuse. And we also found, a GenAI startup that we also support, which is in the space of mental wellness, but then looking at pivoting into understanding behavioral changes and tendencies in those that are abusing banned substances. And one of the good things is governments, at least some forward-looking governments, including the one in Telangana, knew and understand, that there is PII, and at the same time how this data is to be used and how the solution was even developed. They went into the details and we obviously facilitated that. But these are things that, we are mindful of. One of the other things, again, I'll just cede to the next speaker, is given that there is clear all-pervasiveness, everybody is exposed. So more understanding of the risks of AI is understood when there is more awareness of AI. And hence, in partnership with MITI, we had, what is called as the India AI mission, which is now taken over by MITI. MITI is going to be driving that for the past 3 years. nasscom was driving that effort. And there was a publication called AI for All, which was launched. And the idea was very simple. How can we make somebody who is a 7-year-old to a 70 or 80-year-old read that kind of a document, which is very illustrative, story-like format, so that they understand what AI is at a foundational level. Because more and more awareness gets built, more and more understanding of the risks that come through. So for us, it's really safety while getting deployed.
No, that's a very important point that you bring forth. And Manish, you are an investor. From an investor lens, what do you think AI for all really means?
I think what Joe is doing is amazing. I think that is a best example of how AI for all, what it means to us. Speaking broadly, I think the way we learn is changing. So I guess a few years back, Google changed the way we used to learn, right? We are finding information, we Google it and we find it. But still, it is not so easy. So you have to put in the effort to learn it. Now it has become very easy. That has a problem as well, right? So it is quite possible that the way we learn now will change. And in that process, we lose our first principle thinking. So we have to balance that bit. But the way we learn has dramatically changed. And it has affected our daily work, right? Positively and negatively. We can search information more easily. We can get concise. Suppose we have to read, suppose we are looking at a startup, we're researching about it. There are 10 papers to go through, and now I can get ChatGPT to summarize it for me, right? So, but then losing the first principle thinking is the potential downside of this. But learning, I think, will change in the AI for all bit.
And so I think, again, shifting gears a little bit, Manish, right? Like you have your lens as an investor, and we have a large number of audience here sitting, which is actually from the startup community. I think one of the things that everybody has in their mind is when they're pitching to the investors, especially with newer technologies, and again, you've been in the deep tech space for a long time, so you've seen cycles of technology come and go and mature. What are some of the early things that you would look for as an investor when you are evaluating companies in this space?
Yeah. So our thesis has evolved quite a bit over the years. Fund 1 was about AI. Now it is more deep tech than AI, and AI forms one vertical within the deep tech. The challenge we are facing right now, and that is something to relate with the question that you asked, is that a lot of AI companies in the application space are becoming hard to back, for us at least. And the reason for that is that since AI somewhere has got democratized, it has become easier to build solutions around it. Therefore, the moat part of the question becomes hard to answer. So I think one part is whatever you're building, try to figure out your own moat of why you can succeed in this space in the long term, not in the short term of 3 to 6 months. And I think we have great examples in our portfolio. Joe here, right? I mean, the way the Wysa stack is built, and there was, when GenAI came, there was a lot of thing, oh, will Wysa be relevant anymore? And using GenAI can create a mental health bot. But it's very difficult to create a safe mental health bot. And why it has withstood the test of time is because it's a first principle, originally built stack, which is very hard to beat by any Gen AI. So that's the moat I'm talking about. And maybe that's something to think about for AI startups. Just to extend one more thought on that is that on the infra side of AI though, there are some good examples of how companies can build moat. So when AI is getting prevalent, you need tools and other things for companies to succeed, like how do you test your AI model? So we have a company called Raga.ai which does that in automated fashion. Then a lot of people have started using LLMs in their product. And then there is a issue of how prompt engineering can be actually a security leak. And then we have another company called Repello which kind of does that. So we are finding more interesting investable ideas in the infra space, to be honest, than in the application space.
Okay, that's very, very interesting, because what we generally hear is in India, you see a lot of startups more innovating on the application layer and less on the foundation. We are seeing some interesting startups coming there, but yeah, I think there's a huge scope. And Praveen, I would love to get your thoughts there. You see from an industry body, from nasscom perspective, what are some of the broad trends you are seeing from an AI perspective where India is actually taking a lead?
Yeah, I think we are very fortunate to be living in this part of the era where there is a huge sense of ascendancy that India is seeing and witnessing geopolitically, socio-economically, multiple dimensions. There's a lot of good tailwinds that are running in our favor. The AI market roughly today might be around 7 to 10 billion in the whereabouts, and it's expected to double 22 billion by 27. So within the next 3 years, we're going to get there. There's a huge talent demand that is also going to rise from roughly about 650 to 700,000 talented professionals that are in demand for AI to doubling that by 2026. The flip side to that is that talent demand is not being met. And there's a huge opportunity, and also for the fact that not just the talent supply is limited, but the employability of talent is also a challenge, which is really where some of the efforts at our end, in collaboration with the different governments, both at the center and state, is to make sure that employability of the talent that is coming out, graduating from colleges, is enhanced. The data center capacity is going to double. It's nearly about 1 gigawatt, and it is expected to double to 2 gigawatts in 2 to 3 years from now. There's a lot of capex investments that are happening in the country, not just by the hyperscalers, including Google, but then indigenous hyperscalers, and also some really boutique hyperscalers are looking at liquid cooling technology, and a bunch of those that are bringing innovative ways of bringing such capex into the country. We've been part of some of those conversations. I think the startup trend, and it was also talked about in the previous segment, is a rapid rise in terms of what startup numbers we're seeing. Third largest startup nation. There's a lot of supportive ecosystem that has now come up thanks to various bodies that are coming together to make startup founders feel comfortable and wanting to start up, and that whole environment is just amazing. There's a favorable policy which has continued since the past 10 years, and continuity is obviously welcome and appreciated in a whole lot of ways. So I think in many ways these seem to be working very well in our country's favor, and it's just about whosoever, wherever you're sitting, how well are you capitalizing on these opportunities?
Yeah. And Harsh, I would love to get your thoughts. I know Google is working with government, with policymakers, with startups, with researchers, so different stakeholders who are all involved in creating an ecosystem here. How are we thinking? How is Google thinking of building this thriving ecosystem? How can startups and industry bodies really work with us in this mission?
Yeah, thanks. I think, as someone said, so Google has been for over a decade an AI-first company. And before Gen AI became sort of what it is today, a lot of AI models were democratized and externalized. You won't hear of Google as a health company or an agriculture company or an education company. But still, with the power of AI models, we have worked, as you said, with the government, with startups, developers, and academia to make these models broadly available. And now in the Gen AI space, actually I have sort of 3 good news for all the developers here. I think the first good news is, even though you might think that the cost of inferencing and training, etc., is high right now, there are dedicated teams within Google Research who are working to slash that price down by 1/10 and so on. So just like any other technology curve, you will see in the next few months or years, the costs come down drastically. So that's one good news for all of you. The second is the bouquet of things that you can try, from open models to different sachet size models, etc. That's another sort of things that developers and ecosystem can try out with Google. And then the third good news is, coming back to sort of the different domains where AI for all is applicable. So think of languages, think of health, think of agriculture. Again, as I said, companies like Google are providing a foundational layer which allows for companies like you to actually use those and apply it to the real scenario of India or Southeast Asia or Africa. So these are the three tenets which I believe is what companies like Google and also our partners are doing, so that this innovation is brought to the ground by you, and we sort of empower that or power that, basically. Yeah.
That's great. And Joe, on that, right, it's a good segue to get your thoughts on Wysa's impressive reach across 95 plus countries. And that's something that I think a lot of startups here would kind of aim to do. How do you expand outside of India, expand your TAM? And so when you think about expanding beyond India, how does AI really kind of come into play? What are some of the things that you can leverage technology for to make it easier for you to go outside?
So first expansion outside India and getting to 95 countries was also you, but Google Play. Yeah. So, you know, that's where we were able to grow just by putting something out there that anybody could use. And AI was always, so Wysa was always an AI chatbot, just not large language models. And for me, the concept of what we were trying to develop with AI and what now AI is able to do much better was the promise of computing. That the promise of computing was somebody that you could talk to, which, you know, you say there's another intelligent entity that you can talk to, right? When you're alone, when you don't have anything else. And that's a very universal phenomena, so that exists everywhere. And if you stop seeing the differences between people and you start seeing what is common across people, and now we have, you know, 750 million conversations to show that at the very intimate level inside people's heads, they're all the same. And so if we are going outside India, you have to start addressing that which is common amongst everybody. So, you know, we talk about go-to markets, and somebody very recently explained to me that what he knows how to do is there is a horse and there is a field. Ek ghoda hai, ye ghas hai. You know, I can take the ghoda to the ghas. And I feel like first principles thinking. I mean, I'm not giving you a, you know, the art might be different, the craft might be different, but the core of it is this first principles thinking. There's somebody somewhere, he needs something. How do you make sure they can easily access it? Yeah. And that's how you get to as many countries as possible.
Yeah. Yeah. And Manish, you work with multiple startups. What are some of the interesting ways you've seen your portfolio use AI for either efficiency or expansion or whatsoever?
Yeah, several use cases. I think, let me start with Wysa itself. Joe explained in the beginning, you have a core engine working in a language, but the world is full of so many languages. So can you build a layer using AI which makes it language agnostic or you know, multi-language, whichever way, right? And that's a great use to extend core technology across users. We have some more companies which have used it in a very interesting way, Niramai being one of them. They're taking, you know, they do breast cancer screening using AI. Again, it's an old stack, in the sense original stack, right? It's not built on the new gen stack, so it has some 13, 14 models working in synchronization. And they basically help detect early stage breast cancer in very early stages, even earlier than when the lump is formed, right? So right at the beginning of the formation of the lump. And now they have, I think they've done almost 250,000 screenings across the world. They're present in 20 countries and expanding. And that's a great way to sort of scan for something which otherwise is either very painful or late or not very accurate, right? So that's another example that I can think of. The other company is Sigtuple, which is taking blood test and making it accessible. So believe it or not, I think in India we have only 19 or 20,000 pathologists. And each blood report that actually you get has to be signed and reviewed by a pathologist. So you can imagine that that is not sufficient. Yeah. Now, if you have a device which can sit in a remote corner and it can scan the blood and my pathologist can be in some other place, then this whole model scales up with that many number of people, right? And then you can do more things with it. So yeah, there are some examples and there are more. Yeah.
Great, and Praveen, would love to get your thoughts, right? Shifting gears a little bit, I think AI, ethics in AI is something which is a very hot topic and definitely in the top of mind for Google as we are kind of thinking about our strategy. How is somebody like nasscom thinking about it? What are some of the things where we can collaborate there?
Yeah, so I think the regulation in the country doesn't exist in the context of AI. It has recently been set up in the EU, and just as much as GDPR sort of created havoc, the AI Act in Europe will sort of have different kinds of ramifications for various kinds of organizations. Now, there will always be, you know, again, is it a carrot or a stick kind of an approach, right? So then in the absence of regulation, one of the things which is advocated extensively by nasscom is that can we self-regulate? You know, we don't want, you know, actors in the ecosystem in the country to be behaving in a manner that sort of brings in a law which is draconian in nature. We don't want that. And hence, can we really look at ways to sort of institutionalize self-regulation? And we do understand that, again, responsible AI, safe AI, ethical AI, all these are in many ways esoteric in nature, right? How do you really action, you know, some of these principles in the core development processes? And for that, one of the things that we did in 2020 to late 22 was to launch a responsible AI hub, which sort of contains various kinds of assets which are available to various users of AI, which includes developers, to those that are overseeing the development. So which would mean that, hey, as an organization, I'm a CEO, I want to be mindful because my customers are in regions where they look at some of these things, right? It needn't just be for the Indian market. And for that reason, can I look at a responsible AI maturity assessment for my organization? And then this is a nice little tool which tells you where do you stand on that particular scale. This is publicly available. These toolkits are available for all of you, you know, to be able to check and assess. Then there are also these governance frameworks which sort of tell, you know, if I were to sort of create an oversight process internally, a maker-checker kind of a process in terms of some of these developments that I'm doing, what sort of framework should I embed within my organization to ensure that these developments are happening in a safe and a responsible manner? And in that format, there are various such you know, tools that are available, made available to the industry. We do a lot of advocacy with the industry, enterprises, and to the startups, of course. And also one emerging segment which we also trying to push and support are the small and medium enterprises. They are the backbone for the country in many ways. And then many of these, at least to start with, the tech services companies are starting to look at becoming AI first. And in that journey, first principles, something which Manish started talking about is, again, how do we really have safe and responsible AI as one of the first principles approach, you know, as they go about developing products or solutions for their clients. And this is something that we feel is important. The regulation will come, and it's important to be prepared well ahead before, you know, we realize that, hey, we have to do a lot of catching up when the regulation comes, and hence, you know, it's important for us to build about, to sort of prepare the ecosystem in that particular way.
Yeah. Thanks for that. And Joe, you actually, Wysa works in healthcare, which is all about, you know, you have to have that hat all the time where you are thinking about responsible AI. When you started, what were some of the tenets you kind of thought through to kind of make sure it's ethical, responsible, and in the right way?
Thanks for asking that. I'm actually also on the IEEE subcommittee of ethics on health apps, especially in the world of Gen AI. Yeah. It's become a whole different world. When we started, the principles were very simple that, you know, you assume no matter how much you're secure that your data will get hacked someday, and that it should not hurt anybody when that happens. It was a very simple use case that we started with. You want to be legal, so in how you market and all of that stuff, but at the very core of it, ethics was very much about putting yourself in the shoes of the user, putting privacy first, making it a culture, not a compliance thing. And I think that just also gets you to work with people you want to work with. So, both in client terms and in employee terms. But today with Gen AI, it's a very different beast. So with Gen AI, for me, now, for instance, the ethics has become so complicated that how do you ensure that Gen AI doesn't say something that you would not want it to say? How do you make sure that it's repeatable but still usable? How do you assess that? And how do you not over-regulate, because people are going to always have a reputational risk. So there, the ethics of it really comes down to intended use. So you have to be very explicit about your intended use. You have to be very explicit about the risks that come to it. And then you make sure that whatever you're doing is less risky than the AI that came before it and not having AI at all. Because you'll never be in a zero-risk scenario. And for me, that's now the new framework with which I'm looking at ethics of Gen AI, to say we'll never have zero risk. Yeah. But we have to have the documentation to prove that it is less risky than no AI, less risky than non-Gen AI, and then you can say that you're ethical with Gen AI.
I think that's very well captured. In fact, I was at this nasscom summit on AI about 2-3 weeks back, and there the good news is, I think Indian government always as the second fiddle is learning from the mistakes. So we can't have regulation which sort of curbs innovation. So what you said, the intended use is where you can potentially have these safeguards and these sort of guardrails in place. But again, for India to be at the forefront of innovation of Gen AI and other things, we need to have something which is more holistic and cannot like curb that, okay, Gen AI cannot spit out this thing. It will spit it out, but then there is the disclaimer. There could be a human in the loop. There could be other things to ensure that the intended use is still better off than the previous versions that is there. And the last thing I'll say, like, I have seen this disruption. I think you were talking about models which were earlier. So today, I think startups, even big companies like Google, are somehow rattled by this disruption of AI. So models which used to take like 3, 4, 5 years of in healthcare, like pre-training and all that data sampling, etc., are now coming up in months, if not weeks. So one should actually adopt that innovation and be ready for that on the innovation front. I know this doesn't cover the ethics part, but just wanted to tell that.
Yeah, no, that's a very important point that you bring forth, and I think that's something that I would love to get everybody's take on. When you think about AI, there are a lot of great things that you can do, but there are also a lot of challenges that you have to work through. From your perspective, if you could talk about a few things that our startups, our corporates should be aware of and should have proactively kind of solve for, what would those things look like in the scenario? Maybe start with Praveen or Manish or anyone in the panel.
Yeah, I think maybe I can take a stab because, again, sitting at the heart of innovation. So Google DeepMind, for example, at that level is looking at AGI, for example, right? Now, there was a very recent debate which said, like, will AGI take away jobs? Will it make us redundant? And so on. So, again, the world is divided into two poles. One says that humans have always evolved, like in the mobile era and so on, and then they will find more meaningful things to do. That's sort of one thought process that is there. The second is, even if AGI comes, are we ready in some sense for the actual applications of AGI for humanity, right? And that's where I think people should focus on, like the real innovators in startups and everywhere, is to say that, look, we have reached this stage in terms of innovation with Gen AI and hopefully this thinking coming in AGI. How can we use it to actually solve humankind problems? And then the last thing I'll say, it kind of relates to a very macro theme of economics that economists today are being challenged. That gone are the days where you can say more population will lead to a GDP growth. The new thought process is, for the existing population, which we know will sort of stagnate somewhere at 10 billion for this earth, how can we ensure that the quality of life, services, equality are the new thing that all of us in the tech world aim for? So if we look at those challenges to solve, and we do that in Google sort of, like there are dedicated teams who will build models, there are dedicated teams who will apply those models to things like cyclone tracking, flood forecasting, wildfire detection, human-wildlife conflict, like crazy ideas, but those are real-life, on-ground issues that are there. Thankfully, we are also blessed that we do have sort of the monetary backing so that we can look at those problems, but I would challenge a lot of you to look at those social impact problems and then sort of work with us and on that. So with that, passing it on.
Yeah, so if I may, and sort of taking a segue from one of the problems that you mentioned, which is human-animal conflict. One of the opportunities that we had in the state of Telangana was to essentially address that issue. And it was a very shared collaborative approach wherein we brought in industry to support with CSR, and then the state government enabling access to data which was getting captured from within the forests, and a startup that was building a solution to address human-animal conflict. And not just human-animal conflict, but also the food chain getting disrupted, with the apex predator, which is the tiger, moving out to a different nearby forest, and then how the animals were interacting with each other as a part of this whole change in this dynamic was essential for forest officials. But then they were not doing this, they had data, but then it's very cognitively difficult for a human to sort of look at the data and make assessments, develop insights. And we were fortunate enough to sort of play that role in bringing AI adoption into the government. But these are problems, genuine problems, which are out in the field. And also taking a segue from here to the question that you mentioned, I think it's important to be out there, understand, what are the problems that are worth solving, big impact problems. And oftentimes the kind of, again, this is referring to the seminal paper by Eric Brynjolfsson. If you really look at the disruptions that are in today's world, it doesn't matter whether you're a startup or a big company, disruption will come even before you realize it. And that is the nature of disruption that we need to be prepared for. And, for that, it can't be a very silo-driven approach. There has to be a very holistic understanding about macroeconomic headwinds, tailwinds that are, in your domain or in the area that you're operating in, constantly being updated. So these are some of the things which not just applies for startups, which again is even more pronounced, for startups, but then even bigger companies and enterprises. These are things that we keep ourselves discussing in some of these conversations with leaders. But then this is something which I would want to share.
I think, in my opinion, resisting change does not help ever, right? So technology has been changing and enterprise have been sort of adapting to it. But now the complexity is that the rate of change has exponentially changed. And that sort of disrupts all models that are out there. So I don't know what will work. But I do feel that there's no point resisting AI. But, and I think big enterprises don't innovate by and large. So they will be difficult to keep up. So I think it's best to sort of collaborate with startups and see where it goes. But I'm not sure that model will also work, right? Because the rate of change has become so different now. So,
if I can add two types of change that at least we are focusing on, because that's our space. One, all large language models now operate from a user perspective like AGI. So from a user perspective, they'll talk to any large language model backed solution about anything. You give them a free text field, they'll talk about their mental health. So now your intended use may not be mental health, but you have to put mental health safety guardrails. And the other thing that you would think about normally when we develop, right? Unless we explicitly intend to, things always happen in English or our intended languages. And now with all of this AI, you can just instantly flip to all languages. And very quickly, people will stop putting these guardrails and flip, because they'll start trusting the fact that it's going to be multilingual out of the box. Now, how do you make sure it's mental health safe in every language? So we've actually started creating a data set that anybody, and open sourcing it. So people like us who are no business being in the open source business are open sourcing those data sets so that you can test for yourself whether the LLM you're using in any language is actually safe or not.
Yeah.
And you have to start thinking 4 steps ahead and building for it.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, no, I think these are all really great challenges that people should really be thinking about when they're thinking of building and scaling their startups or anything to do with AI in today's world. I think we are kind of coming on time, so I would love to also bring in the audience here and see if there are questions for any of our panelists here. So I will kind of throw it open to our audience here and see if there are questions. Maybe we can pass the mic, and if you could just raise your hands if you have any questions, we can take them. Yeah, maybe we can switch on the lights so that we have better visibility. Anyone on anything that you would want to ask our panelists? I think we have a few questions at the back. If we can have if you could just start with your name and then the question to the panel.
There's one here in front.
Yeah, I think we get it.
Oh, thanks.
Maybe we can start with the front one. Yeah, we can use the mic here.
Hi everyone. Thank you so much for your insights and sharing the future of AI and what we are building right now for Bharat and beyond. So my question to Manish is, we are at a very early stage looking at the global investment thesis and the scenarios. So how do you see, the startups building future of AI in India right now, and particularly in healthcare and also deep tech? And when I say deep tech, I will directly go to defense, because that's a lot of changes happening inside. But I've seen very few VCs and angels who are actually putting their money where the mouth is. So I would like to ask you, how do you see this, and what are the key metrics you are looking for next 10, 12 years, Indian startups building for global, particularly, defense AI or deep tech AI as such? Thank you.
Sure. See, every fund will have a different way of looking at it, so I can talk about how we look at things. So for us, there are 3 key things as a qualifying criteria, right? One is you have to be solving a large global problem, and which is truly global. So when we have interacted with some companies which are building defense, they become so niched in that area that they are not truly global anymore. So however counter it may sound, right? So, but then there are companies which can do defense as well as do other things, right? So that is first criteria. That has to be totally global, really global. And second is that whatever technology you're building, we do invest in non-AI companies as well, by the way, right? So, and whatever technology, if you're building AI, you're not building AI, material science, whatever, it has to make a 10x difference to the outcome that you're building for. If it is an incremental outcome difference, then it doesn't excite us so much. It has to be 10x. And the third is that whether the team can pull this off. Right? So these are the 3 fundamental pillars around which our decision making sort of happens. And of course, there are a lot of side bullets and sub bullets when you break it down. But I hope that answers your question. You can take.
Hey, hi panel, I'm Bhargav from Flipkart Ventures. Question to the panel itself. So at what point do you consider that we have achieved an AGI level? Is it like do you have a benchmark for that? Like, is it like a large population model coming into the market, or how do you see that from a user perspective? Or what is the problem that AGI might solve from a normal general user other than tech folks, per se?
Yeah, I think, so again, there are different definitions of, as you rightly said, so different definitions of AGI. I think as Joe pointed it out, because Gen AI is able to synthesize an output, right? But the way sort of humans think, the way human neural network is kind of wired, is that we have different aspects about it. We do the learning, but we also fine-tune our output based on the audience, right? So it's not that I will say the same thing to my wife and to my cohort or whatever, right? So again, that's one definition of AGI, that can the sort of AI adapt to you and work towards your problem. And that problem could be like different domain. It could be a different education domain, a conversational, a health domain, and so on. So that's where I think that's one definition of AGI. The other aspect is like, again, how far and back can it think, right? Now, again, there was an Einstein who could perhaps absorb a lot of, data sets. Now, AI is able to sort of look back at millions of tokens and also think ahead. So the way human mind is, again, we can absorb and we prioritize some of our memory in order to give out the most optimal response when we are interacting with somebody, be it a doctor or a teacher and so on. I think similar are the benchmarks for AGI to say how far back and how far ahead can it think. So just a couple of ideas, but of course, folks can add.
I just wanted to know, considering that this panel is very engaged with the government as well, my question is more related to how are we looking at skilling or, kind of getting newer courses in the universities, and what is happening at the industry level to equip, more skill and labor into this space, because I think it's quite a black box.
Okay, I guess I'll take that. So like I mentioned earlier on, there is definitely a lot of gap in terms of AI, understanding AI skills to meet the demand. And I think it's also a prerogative, both not just of the central government, but also the state governments to ensure that skilling at scale is achieved. So from let's say the skilling frameworks perspective, right? What sort of curriculum should be there right from the high school level or maybe even middle school to even beyond? There are different nodal agencies that are there in place. And then there is concerted effort across these nodal agencies that are administered by the respective departments. And we've been fortunate to be playing a role by bringing in the right kind of experts from the industry, because the curriculum that needs to be out there has to be contemporary, has to be relevant to the requirements that are there from the industry. Ultimately, pretty much all of this demand is going to be consumed by the industry, and hence it has to be industry relevant. Secondly, this whole bit of experiential learning is extremely important. Gone are the days where, just by the fact that you learn something, it is assumed that you understand it. What is important is your ability to solve problems. And I think there is a whole culture of tinkering through the Atal Innovation Mission, which has fortunately come in. I think there's a whole lot of leveraging of the existing infrastructure that needs to be there in place. And there's a lot of thinking, I'm sure, is going around that direction, wherein how do we bring more and more of such experiential learning into the picture, because that will only improve the whole employability angle when it comes to the current crop of graduates coming out. It's 20%, it's very, very bad. It has to really grow beyond that. Now the state level skilling efforts also are, again, given that it's a federated democracy in many ways, there's ample opportunity at a state level as well, in terms of the state syllabus that is there, even at that level. And there are certain state governments with whom we are also in deep conversations with, trying to sort of revamp curricula that is there across the board, and see how best we can make sure that more and more contemporary nature of the syllabus is coming through. But then it is a systemic challenge again, but But again, there is ample and enough motivation for the industry to also collaborate with the government to give these inputs. Industry also in many ways, I'm sure, including organizations like Google, have committed extensive workforce skilling initiatives in their own fold. But then we are also partnered and supporting various other organizations, big and small, to make sure that there's a mass scale skilling that is happening across the country. I'm not sure if that answered your question, but yeah.
So does computer science become a backdated stream, and does AI become the top stream in IITs, for example?
So, yeah, I think recently they launched the data stream in IIT Madras. I'm sure you would have read the news. And he's right. I think there are initiatives for these AI skilling courses across board by, like Google committed X million, Microsoft committed, the government is committed. I'll just throw in a sort of a shaking up scenario. I was in Singapore, and in Singapore, so you said high school, middle school, they start exposing kids to AI and things at first grade. Like literally first grade, kid knows how to interact, or they've started telling them. Because they know that today and tomorrow, a lawyer with AI is better than a lawyer without AI. A doctor with AI, a doctor will still be there, a lawyer will still be there. But of course, Singapore is very small, 6 million and 60,000 some students and so on. But that kind of shake-up perhaps is required for the Indian curriculum also, sooner rather than later. Sorry.
I just wanted to add, before I founded Wysa, my field was employability. I used to advise the government in India, all over the world on this. And one of the top things you used to do for employability was train people in English. So people could earn 30, 40% more if they even had basic English, and if they had better English, they would be considered more employable. So it's not about computer science versus AI, right? That old model, even computer science graduates are wondering whether AI is going to write the software for them. AI people would write 100 models for us, and now you can do one prompt to generate the same output of that 100 models. So you have to really think of AI as enabling everybody, what I like to call illiterate intelligence, anpad buddhi. It can actually really give value to anpad buddhi, because anything you can be trained on, AI can be trained on. But if people's anpad buddhi can be trained to use AI, that means somebody who can't speak really good English can write perfectly crafted emails, as long as their ability to think is good. And that means I'm now able to hire people who can think well. And I don't have to hire them just because they know how to speak like a convent school graduate. And that's the power of AI that we should really bring to all of the schools in India.
Just one more point I wanted to add. One of these southern states, which is like again producing a lot of volume of graduates, sort of realized, their approval authorities realized that the AI wave is coming up. Let's open more AI sort of courses, right? So one stream, sort of doubling down on AI as against, some of the other streams which are there in place, in addition to computer sciences, of course. And they had a lot of uptake during the COVID and just post-COVID years. And the last year's numbers that I was seeing, that they were not able to fill the seats in AI. So there is, students are also being mindful, or their parents if they're taking those decisions. But, it's a knee-jerk reaction. I mean, we needn't think it like that, and I appreciate what Joe mentioned. It's really about the ability to think, and then AI is just as an enabler.
Great. I think if there are no questions, we will end the panel here. Thank you so much to the panelists for coming in and sharing your insights, and also doing what you do for the ecosystem, for as an investor, as an industry body, as Google, and as a startup. I think we are very, very grateful for you guys pushing the mandate forward for our country, and thank you so much for sharing some of your insights today. Thank you.
Hi everyone, hope you enjoyed the panel discussion. Now it's time for lunch. So we're gonna, if you head outside and take a left, There's also going to be signages to guide you as well as our team. But we're hoping to see you all back here by 1 p.m. because the most exciting part of the day, which is the startup pitches, will start exactly at 1 p.m. See you all after lunch. Thank you.
Hello. Ooh, I can hear something. Can they hear me? They can hear, no? I think I can.
So I think earlier today you probably got a brief. From 1,000+ applications, we came down to our 20 startups, which means they're clearly doing something right. We chose the best of the best. And you'll also notice that all these startups in our accelerator are sector agnostic because they're solving some diverse challenges and building solutions around responsible AI for enterprises, quality inspection for manufacturing, 3D model creation, contract management, cooking assistance, and even agents for game studios, all using the power of AI and generative AI. I think over the next 2 hours, you're going to have a ball of a time just listening to these innovative AI solutions. So first up, I would like to call the founder and CTO of Spot Draft, which is a legal tech startup based in Bangalore, Karnataka. Just a little fun fact, both the founders actually met at a Diwali party in New York, and not only did they meet each other and start their founder journey, but they also met both their wives at the same Diwali party. So some party it must have been. But over to you, Madhav.
Thank you so much, Anjali, and so glad to be here. I hope you guys had a great lunch. So I'm Madhav. I'm the co-founder and CTO of SpotDraft. We are a contract management platform. Contracts are the lifeblood of any business, but they can be slow, error-prone, and cumbersome. So what SpotDraft does is provides you with a streamlined platform where business users and legal users can collaborate and help get deal closed 60% faster. How it works is we are actually an end-to-end platform. What that means is everything from creating a contract from a legal approved template to actually collaborating on it, keeping track of all the different versions, all the different approvals, edits in one place so that you can easily go back and keep track of why something was done for a particular contract. Once that contract is ready to be signed, you can actually sign it directly on the platform. You don't need to go to another place, remember another username, password, download it, all of that. And finally, for each and every executed contract, we actually help you manage and operationalize it as well. Now that includes being able to search on them, being able to report on them. We'll send you reminders when they are upcoming for expiry. We'll also push that data to other tools that your business uses so that you can get work done faster. We operate in what's called the contract lifecycle management space. There's a lot of great competitors that we have, but we like to think of ourselves as standing out in 2 ways. One being ease of use. A lot of our competitors are 15, 20 years old and tend to have not as good a UI, UX experience as we do, being new age. The other thing is we really, really focus on cross-functional adaptation. Keep in mind, contracts don't just work with legal, they work across the org. And that's why when a sales user needs to create a contract, we don't ask them to get out of Salesforce. We go into Salesforce and solve all their contracting needs within Salesforce. And we've actually seen that integrations is a great way to get value to our customers faster. And that's why we've really doubled down with integrations for all the different business teams within a company, be it procurement, be it HR, or be it even just storing the contracts in a place that people are used to. Talking about how real businesses see impact, so one of our customers, Strava, had a really cumbersome approval process, and they would take a lot of time to onboard vendors. And what we've done is, by integrating with NetSuite and bringing all their approvals onto the platform, we've actually been able to reduce the vendor onboarding time by 72%. Now, on the other extreme, we have Edgewell, which is a manufacturing company, and they have a lot of different business units, each with their own set of needs around contracting. And what we do is sit as the glue between all these different areas and give legal a single unified view of all their 100,000 contracts, so they are always on top of things and don't need to go to different businesses to get answers. And we are very, very grateful to be trusted by well-known brands across the world with their contracting needs. We hope to also solve these needs for some of the accelerator startups here. But since this is an AI event, let me quickly dive into how we do AI. So the first product we have is called Verify, which is an automated contract review tool for lawyers. You just give us your guidelines as per your company, as you would to a paralegal in plain English. And whenever you open a document, Verify will read through it and tell you which part of the document meets or causes a guideline to be met or unmet. And you can actually just click one button to then make a change to make that document compliant. Another major problem we've seen with contracts is that there's a lot of business critical data hiding inside them, but they are these long documents, so you don't even know what it says. With smart data capture, you can define your own fields, or you can choose from our library of thousands of fields, and we'll pull the data out for you, and you can report on them, search on them, all of the cool stuff. Another feature that we built as part of the accelerator was Smart Fields, which actually runs on device using Gemini, Nano, and Chrome APIs, and business users are able to get answers that legal wants without ever even opening the contract. Finally, one major problem that we've heard from our lawyers is that whenever sales needs a contract reviewed, they have these 50-page documents with hundreds of changes, and it's a Friday evening, and of course they want to get it back to the counterparty today. Well, whenever you upload a contract on SpotDraft, we not only give you an estimated review time, but we give you a summary of everything that's changed. So as a lawyer, you can start pushing back and negotiating without even going into the document. And finally, I just want to quickly call out the Google for Startups team. We were able to get listed from start to finish on Marketplace within a month, thanks to some wizardry they did on their end. We've also seen a lot of positive reinforcement from architecture review and access to all the different models and APIs that we got as part of this. So if you want to learn more about us, we have a booth outside, and you can always visit our website. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Madhav. Up next, we have 3 Daily, which is a startup based in Assam, but building for the world. I want to call Harsha, who's the founder of 3 Daily. He's been in the industry for about 10 years, but there's also a very personal story behind why he started 3 Daily. It was after losing his best friend, and it was the best way he found to cope with his grief. Thank you, Harsha, for creating something like this for the rest of us. Over to you.
Thanks, Anjolie. Hope you guys have a great lunch. So we are 3 Daily. We are a 3D empowered platform for 3D artists. Meet Ethan Cross. He's a creative director of Starlight Games. He's building a 3D game called Starfall. So Ethan wants to create 3D assets for his game, but he wants to be affordable. At the same time, he doesn't want low quality 3D models. He has a couple of options. One option is outsourcing to 3D freelance artists. Creating 3D models would take him around hundreds of hours, but would also cost him $500 to $3,000. The problem is an artist single-handedly cannot create a high-quality 3D model. 3D model is extremely complex, so creating one character would take you 7 to 9 artists. Ethan, at the end of the day, was not satisfied with the output. He then went to other AI tools. There are many AI tools these days which are creating 3D models, but they're far behind from any production readiness and game readiness. So Ethan decided, when he saw the output, to go back to square one and then talk to artists to create the 3D models from scratch again. That's when he found 3 Daily. Unlike any other 3D AI tools, 3 Daily's AI model is not trained on 2D data. We are trained on 3D data, and we have built the world's first large human model with 10 million data sets. How did we get here? The journey started 10 years ago. We started building 3D models for gaming, animation, movies, and so on, and also build the world's first 3D consumer products, commercial products in 2016. That has helped us to build 25,000 plus 3D models, which became the foundation layer for our large human models today. Our business model is streamlined into like multiple streams, monthly subscription, sales of gaming assets, plus SDK licensing. At the same time, we also have marketplace commission. 3D models are the building blocks of any gaming, animation, movies, 3D printing, and so on. The market is very big. It is becoming mainstream, and by 2030, 3D models will be $100 billion plus. But at the same time, there are less than 200,000 3D artists in the world. That's when we released this year 3 Daily, our platform, and launched it on Product Hunt. We became Product of the Day, and we are able to attract 15,000 artists over 150 countries without any marketing. Now we would clock in $500,000 this year. We will realize our full potential in the first 5 years, achieving $100 million in ARR. With the right team, we believe we could achieve that. My personal journey started in 2010 when I lost my best friend, and I wanted to create 3D models for him, for his family. I couldn't do it. Then I started doing a lot of research in 3D modeling industry, creating 3D models for gaming, animation stuff. I launched my first company in animation, then happened to launch my company in 3D printing consumer products, which is my 3D selfie. We are connected by AI ML scientists, artists. We are also guarded by Hollywood veterans from the Hollywood movie industry. So Google has been very helpful for us. We have leveraged the Google Cloud platform immensely and very efficiently. We have gained valuable insights. Also, we have refined our data sets. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce the world's first large human model, Antrox. So this has been trained on 10 million data. We have built this data over 10 years. As I said, 25,000 data points have helped us to build and collect what we have built today. As I said, 3D AI tools are trained on 2D data. We are trained on 3D. At the same time, we have specialized networks for all kinds of assets, like clothing will be a different network, human will be a different network, and these 3D models are pre-rigged, compatible to any gaming engine, and would work in any sector agnostic, like gaming, animation, even movies. We are improving our quality as we move forward, and we'll reach AAA to CGI model very soon. Thank you. That is it. Really.
Thank you so much, Harsha. Next up, we have Anko. And something about them is they actually came out of stealth mode during our accelerator program. Anko is inspired by the Sanskrit word Ank, which basically means digit. And since their work is all about nerdy AI and multiple numbers, they felt this would be the right name for their startup. Over to you, Swapnil. He's the co-founder and head of product of Anko.
Hi everyone, my name is Swapnil. I'm here to talk to you all about Anko. Over the past decade, 60% of businesses have moved their data to the cloud. Today, a large number of critical business processes are purely dependent upon analyzing this data. Frequent, repetitive, root cause analysis that is painful to the soul. And it's dependent on us. We as humans need to do them, and we are the bottleneck. We've also heard from a ton of our customers that there's a lot of monetary loss for missing analysis. Someone's not seen a funnel for 2 days. We lost a lot of leads. A lot of time is lost in collaborating and aligning the team on the data. And the insights are fragmented and spread across different reports and dashboards. In this context, I'd like you all to meet Anko, an AI analyst for the modern data stack. Anko sits on top of the data warehouse and the semantic layer. The semantic layer is the definition of all your business metrics. She thrives in frequent root cause analysis. Her analysis goes several levels deep, all the way to the root cause, and are 100% accurate. She's self-initiated, so she doesn't require human prompting like generative models. If there is a daily diagnostic analysis, or a weekly funnel, or a monthly budget versus actuals, Anko will do the analysis and reach out to you. And lastly, it highlights the relevant insights to the right people. So how does Anko work? The first thing that forms Anko is what's called a knowledge graph. A knowledge graph is a structured representation of the semantic relationships of your business metrics. Anko takes your data stack and forms the foundational graph, which looks like that. The graph is entirely mutable and fungible. As your business needs evolve, we can freely mutate the graph to suit the changing metric definitions. This graph is then fine-tuned and finalized using a human-in-the-loop process. On top of this knowledge graph, we use large language models to build an analysis agent, a self-initiated analysis agent. This agent first constructs analysis plans for all your workflows. You simply tell it the workflows you want to do, it constructs analysis plans. Once it constructs a plan, it will execute them routinely. Every day, every month, every week, or when new data comes, it will run the job and execute the analysis. Once the analysis is done, for each step of the analysis, you can see Anko's backup calculations, all the way from starting, selecting a simple metric, comparing it to a budget if your company has one, splitting it by your regions, finding out the region that broke, looking at 2 associated metrics, marketing spend and CPL, and finally realizing that marketing spend was the reason why leads moved. Multi-step, several stages deep, and entirely transparent analysis. Finally, we have to convert this analysis into a human consumable format. So Anko has multiple formats in which it communicates. For example, if you've run an entire analysis workflow and you need to do reporting to align your team or have cross-functional data, Anko will report everything in slides in the exact same format. All the commentary are cited, so you can follow the references back into the app and see all of Anko's backup calculations. Anko will also highlight what nodes in the analysis were most relevant for the commentary, because it will only pick the ones it thinks are most relevant to surface to you. Anko also communicates on Slack, especially for high-frequency metric use cases. You want to be on top of something, you don't want to check it every day. Anko will check and reach out to you if something's broken. The Slack notifications are also cited. You can go into the app and check calculations. This is us. We, as Anjolie said, came out of stealth during GFSA, quite grateful to them. For that, we secured some pre-seed funding. We have a bunch of US pilots. We also secured our first paying customer a couple of months ago. And now, today, across our pilots and customers, Anko has access to knowledge graphs in FP&A, in BizOps, and in sales. That was the team. You can meet us outside. How Google has helped? First one, we've also now deployed Anko on GCP, and also most importantly, Anko is now completely compatible with BigQuery. Any BigQuery data warehouse that you have, Anko can access and build graphs on top of. Thank you, that's us. Last thing I'd like to say is we launched a private beta, both in the US and India. So for all business users that are listening to this, if you have some frequent analysis use cases that you want automated and you want to take the pain out of your life, please reach out to us on our website or meet us at the stall outside. We'd love to discuss our product. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Swapnil. Up next, we have Figure, which is a design startup based in Bangalore. They're basically a developer's tool, and they're solving for 10 million UI UX designers. What I also want to highlight is Moksh and his co-founder are the youngest founders in our cohort. But over to you, Moksh. He's the co-founder and CEO of Figure.
Hello, everyone. We're Team Figure, and we're building for product designers and design teams to redefine how products are designed and developed. We start from the research to ideation to even future front-end code development and even the whole process. So a little background about ourselves. We have been a designer ourselves. Chirag has worked as a machine learning engineer before at Adobe Myntra, and we've built dozens of different products. And during that process, we have realized there are so many inefficiencies in the product design and development process. If I ask any one of you today to build, let's say, an attendance monitoring tool, you will not open up Figma and start designing it. You will not open up your developer console and start developing it. The first step even is so fragmented. So let's pan in and zoom into the life of a designer. They start with the user research. It could be Google search, talking to users, documenting their thoughts, whiteboarding. Then they build out user flows, creating wireframes, then mood boards. There's so much of the process. There's so much back and forth between this whole product team. And we are solving for this whole process, making it much simpler, faster, and most importantly, enabling everyone to build user-centric, beautiful products. How do we do that? Is first, we sort of collate all of these processes at one step, but we focus on the first step, that is user research. Giving the designers and the design teams and product teams a really good starting point so that you can bounce off your ideas, you can understand what to build, and at the production grade level. Talking about the AI and how actually we build out our solution, we have built different AI agents or different models that work in tandem and with each other and communicate with each other. So there's one model for, let's say, wireframes. One model is to deeply understand your intent on what you want to build. The other model is about building out the app flows. The other model does copywriting or graphic designing. So all of them communicate with each other, and then they give out a really good result. So one of a really good example is the styling model. These are dozens of different, just a continue button that our styling model is at work here. We'd love to show you a live demo outside as well on how we actually build the complete UI UX design, as well as the simple processes that seem simple but are complex at nature. In the past 3-4 months, we've been working with Google as well as different companies, and we have processed over 500,000 searches, and we've given out 100,000 design downloads. Almost 20% of them have been actually exported and used on production level. That is something that we're really proud of. We have over 25,000 monthly active users, and almost 75% of them are from outside India. And Google has been really helpful in helping us build out the technology as well as propelling this growth over the last 3-4 months. Thank you so much. We'll be outside. If you want to see any live demo or anything, we'll be happy to chat. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Moksh. Next up, I'd like to call Rithuraj, who's the co-founder and CEO of Hypergro, ad tech startup in the video space. And according to the founders themselves, I think the best part about their startup is their team, 90% comprising of Gen Z, and apparently that makes the startup more fun. Over to you, Rithuraj.
Thank you so much. Hope everyone's not feeling sleepy after that great lunch. So yeah, hi, I'm Rithuraj and founder and CEO of Hypergro. So almost every brand out here, every investor out here has thought this question. In the world flooded with content, how do you stand out? Let's update a stake of it. In a world flooded with video content, how do you stand out? Because creation of video content is extremely hard. And now if you're a brand who's looking to sell via your video content, that becomes even more harder. Finally, if you want to make video ads, that's the hardest layer out there. And this is a problem almost every single brand out there is struggling with. So why is creating video ads very challenging, right? Let's just spend a minute to go a little deep down in this. Yeah. One is that it's extremely time consuming and complex, which means that you have to figure out who's going to shoot your ad, the script, etc. And maybe even after spending weeks, you have to spend all the money, time and effort upfront, and then you find at the end of the day that you don't know whether or not the ads that you have run will work out or not. Second, attention span of audiences have decreased, specifically due to the entire short form wave. So you might have spent lakhs on creating the best ads you think, and when you're giving it to your audience, they're just swiping out in less than 2 seconds. So that becomes extremely difficult and extremely saddening for the startups that are trying so hard to create and put so much effort in video ads, making the ROI very, very low. Finally, almost all of us here who might be watching YouTube or Instagram Reels, all of our feeds will be different. Which means as a startup or as a company, I cannot go and make 1 or 2 different variations of an ad and hope everyone will like the ad and convert. It has to be heavily personalized to each individual personal taste. And this, if you think about it, doing it manually becomes extremely, extremely hard. And this is the problem Hypergro has been aggressively obsessing over the last 2 years. And finally, we have come to a AI completely automated solution, which is basically next video gen ads, where we are predicting, personalizing, and performing. So basically, target AI is the first variable where we find out everything about the company, completely autonomous, and then out there go on different social media platforms. The demo is on Meta, and in real time find out who the audiences are who might really like your product, right? So this is the first step, and it's come up with, say, 3 different audience sets. Now for each audience set, the kind of content that will be delivered is very different. So the AI then decides that, okay, these are some of the scripts that you can make out of it, and these are ones will probably work very well. Finally, we come to AI-generated creation of ads where you can select the templates and so on. And finally, in less than 2 minutes, you have the ad ready.
Memberships and limited workout options? Unleash your full potential with AeroLeap X, the smart home gym that transforms your fitness journey. Get expert-guided workouts, over 150 exercises, and dynamic weight control, all in one sleek, compact machine. Experience the freedom to achieve your fitness goals anytime, anywhere. Visit aeroleap.com and start your transformation today.
Now, this is a completely AI-generated ad, post which we can, the brands can make multiple variations of ads with different AI avatars, take it to our growth AI, which is basically performance marketing, automated performance marketing, and then the AI iterates and learns what's working for you, what's not working for you, what kind of content is really resonating with your audience, what kind of messaging is resonating with your audience, and finally, at a content, region, and at a persona level, it figures out what's the best messaging and the best way to advertise, right? So this entire process, right from figuring out the, who to target, to creation of the ad, to running those ads and iterating and figuring out, say by the 10th campaign, our AI platform has learned so much that it is as good as your marketing head. And if we have to go into how big this industry is becoming, today, the digital video advertising size globally is around $221 billion, right? And this is going to go in the next 5 to 6 years to $650 billion. And that is a massive jump because future is videos. And with Gen AI being able to make a lot more content, brands have to work hard to, narrow down their focus and say, okay, let's target right, let's make the right content, and let's then increase those conversions. And that's what we at hypergro.ai do. We're raising our pre-series a round of $1.5 million. We have some great investors, some of them here, VCAT, Silver Needle, TDV Huddle, Eternal Capital, and basically me, Neha, and Abhijit are co-founders. We come from a background, we worked in ShareChat and Glance, and we know the platform or what it takes to build a social media platform as well. And yeah, finally coming to impact of Google's Accelerator, I think the biggest thing that I can say in terms of one-liner is that it helped us, fast-track our product development so much that almost 1 year is what we felt we saved. And now we have, happy to say that we have reached product market fit, and a big, thanks to Google to help us reach out there. And if any of you are interested, or any of your portfolio companies are interested and suffering from this problem, please reach out to us outside. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rithuraj. Thanks to you, we know a lot more about the ad tech space. Up next, we have Communicate. I want to call the co-founder and CEO, Devashish. He's been in the industry working on different chat-based products for the last 10 years. And with his sheer obsession with the communication space, he decided to launch Communicate. Over to you, Devashish.
Thanks for the quick intro. So my name is Devashish Mamgai. I'm the co-founder and CEO at Communicate. So at Communicate, we are building the next, Gen AI-powered customer service automation platform. So before, before starting, Communicate, so Adarsh and me, who are the co-founders, we had another venture, AppLogic, where we bootstrapped the company, and while building AppLogic, we ourselves worked as a customer support agent, and that's when we faced a lot of customer service problems firsthand. And that's how the idea of Communicate was born. So later AppLogic got acquired by Khoros, and then we moved on to start our next venture, Communicate. So when we did a market research, we found that 47% of CX professionals, they actually struggle to integrate with AI. So since then, I've spoken with more than 100 CX professionals, and what I've learned from them is that there's a lot of technical complexity when we want to integrate AI into their workflow, and most of the CX teams are dependent on the development teams to get anything changed. And there's a need to scale that customer experience across different channels to have a consistent experience. And then with a lot of AI platforms out there, there's a need where companies can try out different AI platforms and choose the best one for their needs. So that's a solution we have with Communicate, which is a Gen AI-powered customer service automation platform, where the companies, just put all the data to us. They are able to build a chatbot with any of the AI model that they choose, based on their preference, and they can go live in a matter of few minutes and deploy the chatbot across different channels like web, WhatsApp, Android, iOS app, Instagram, and many other places. So we are seeing customers are able to automate more than 83% of their queries, and that is helping us, helping the customers increase their team's productivity. We have customers like TaxPuddy who have saved more than 2,000 hours per month, and the team productivity has grown to 13x. So we are into a B2B SaaS model where we charge customers based on the usage of the platform. And so we have grown the revenue to 850K, and that is all through the inbound channel. We focus a lot on SEO and content, and the 100% revenue has been through inbound. US has been our primary market, though we have customers globally, and we have 40% revenue that is coming from the America region for us. So in terms of competitor, we are extensible AI platform. We have a lot of competitors in this space, but we focus a lot on customer service use cases, and our strategy is not to compete against the AI platforms, but to partner with them. So we have partnered with Gemini, Anthropic, and other AI platforms, where we give our customers the flexibility and freedom to choose any AI model depending on their use case, because different use cases require different types of AI. And we have majorly two big competitors in this space, which are like Zendesk and Intercom. So we are using large language model as well as we are using RAG to reduce the hallucination cases, where customers are able to connect their Salesforce, Zendesk, knowledge base into our platform, and our system is able to get the answers from there. Other than that, we are using large language model to generate insights, because what we believe is a great customer experience is not the one where you are getting an automated answer to a query, but a great experience is where there is no need to reach out to a support, where everything should happen seamless. And that's the step we are taking with large language model, where we are using LLMs to generate insight for companies to understand from their chat conversations, email tickets, what is happening, so that they understand what are the gaps of their product and service, so that they can fix those gaps rather than automating the responses. So this is our team. So Adarsh and me have been co-founders. We have worked together for last 14 years. We started our career together in Zora. We have Yogesh who had the growth for us. And we have a team mix of people who have worked in different startups as well as have worked in big companies like Tele. So we are raising 2.5 million to accelerate growth. We are already at 850K. We have a pipeline to reach 1 million in the next few months. And we are looking to go upmarket, target enterprises with a sales outbound reach, so that we can close 200 plus customers and expand our ACV to $25,000. So as part of Google for Accelerator program, there are a lot of things that happened in the last 3 months. One of that is we also added Gemini into our AI platforms, where customers can integrate Gemini in a matter of few clicks. Within a week of launch, we saw 12 customers who were trying out the Gemini integration. Then we also launched Insights, which is helping customers to understand the customer queries better. And then we have an agent co-pilot where we are giving assistance to the agent on what email or what chat response they should look at. And so far, all our revenue was inbound. So as part of the accelerator, we also worked with Google team to figure out more revenue sources, and that's when we did a sales outbound team setup. And with that, within a month of setting up our outbound team, we have a pipeline of $50,000 from the outbound. And we moved to cloud, Google Cloud, and we have been able to save more than 10% of our cost from there. Thank you, madam.
Thank you so much, Devashish. Next up is Kroop AI. And our founder, Jyoti, she's actually an academic researcher. She has a PhD in computer science. And then COVID hit, and she felt she should step out of her comfort zone and decided to become an entrepreneur. Over to you, Jyoti.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jyoti, and I lead Kroop AI. So in today's world, we all know content is king. And content space is heavily dominated by audiovisual modality. So on an average, 17 hours of video content is consumed by a person in a week's time. So it's not just the content creation, but content consumption is also on all-time high. And that's where we are leveraging AI, generative AI, to create more synthetic content. Why? Because we want more engaging, fast, cost-effective, and multilingual content so we can reach out to a much wider audience. So the problem at hand is that traditional video creation methods are time-consuming and they are more expensive, and that is where we can leverage AI to create more synthetic content at scale. However, there is a flip side to it. So the misuse of technology has also given rise to a lot of deepfakes, which are being created to have identity frauds or extort money, and a range of other problems. So there are two main problems at hand here. One is, how do we efficiently employ Gen AI for creation of video at scale? And second is, how do we counter these threats from deepfake attacks? And what Kroop AI has to offer are two solutions. One, the Artis, which is an ethical synthetic video generation platform. And second is Vismentis, which is a deepfake detector. So let's have a look at the Artis solution first. So this is how the interface looks like, where you have the choice to choose from different avatars, different audios, languages, and a bunch of other AI features, and then simply put in your text, and your videos are generated. So here I'm listing out some of the use cases that we have been serving our clients with. So you can employ this technology for internal communication with your employees.
Hi Sanjay, I am Amar Sanu. I want to congratulate you on your brilliant 13-month persistency performance in the month of December 2020.
Or these can be used for medical communication using AI avatars.
Rahul, I am your AI buddy, your breed-free digital educator for today's session.
Or for personalized marketing.
Ab chamkegi sabki kismat. Join me and countless others for the world's largest jewelry festival. PM Shah Jewelers, Chira Bazaar, Marine Line se jewelry kharido.
Or for personalized reminders to end customers, product explainers videos, and whatnot. And here's a list of
your premium of 11,500 rupees for future generally long-term income plan is due on 15th of July.
Here's a list of a couple of partners that we have been working with creating these videos at scale for them. So now let's move to the other side of the spectrum. So deepfakes have been a big problem, and the worst hit sector is fintech. And fintech has seen 700% rise in the attacks just in the year 2023. So what is a deepfake? So very simply put, any sort of media which is synthetically manipulated or entirely generated using AI, where someone has been made to say or do something which they have not said or done in real, is deepfake. And what we have built in-house is a deepfake detection solution that will help organizations to distinguish between what's fake versus what's real. So we not only give the probability of a video being fake and real, but we also give a time series analysis such that if only a segment of video has been manipulated, our detector can highlight that this is where the manipulation has happened and the probability of that is high. And the accessibility is through API as well. So this can be integrated into existing security solutions as well. So for example, current KYC systems are highly vulnerable to deepfake attacks. That's where, before the ID verification happens, we can have a deepfake detection plugin, which is going to tell if the content that is going to be verified is authentic or not. And only if it is verified as real, that is when it is sent over for the ID verification. And on images also, we go further and also inform if the image fake has been generated using stable diffusion model, if it's entirely AI generated, or if it's simply some sort of face swapping has happened or manipulation has happened. So the next video that I'm going to showcase, I'll just give you a quick intro into that. So when we built this detector, the publicly available data sets were heavily biased to certain ethnicity and race. And that's when we realized that they are not going to be robust enough on the Indian demographics. So we collected our own data set and generated a lot of variants of that to put into train to my model. And that is one of the examples of data set that I'm going to show here. All right, so And very recently, in partnership with Intel, we have also launched our deepfake detection solution on device, making these new AI PCs more responsible and more safe. And very simple use cases that you can have in a live video conferencing call if an imposter is there using a deepfake technology that can be detected on device in real time. So the access points are through integratable APIs, and we also do on-premise and on-device deployment. And two key things that I'd like to highlight from the Accelerator program, and that the team has been super supportive and great. The listing of us on Google Cloud Marketplace and helping us with pricing strategy. Since deepfake detection is a new product that we have launched over this last 3 months period, and we have got really great pointers from the mentors, Googlers, on putting that pricing right. How do we package this product for different markets? And that's our team, so thanks for mentioning my academic journey. So I have been primarily working as a researcher, but I do have my co-director Naveen with me, who has 25 years of experience in industry, and these are some of the partners who has backed up in our journey. Thank you very much for your time. Happy to have the questions in my booth. Thank you.
Thank you, Jyoti. Thank you for also solving for such a relevant space like cybersecurity. Up next, we have an edtech startup called LearnTube. The co-founders, Gargi and Shronit, are not just business partners, but also life partners. Gargi started her career in marketing for one of the largest sleepwear brands in India, and now she's turned into everything AI. And Shronit here, besides being a stellar founder, is also very much into fitness. I don't know how many of you all have heard of the triathlon Ironman, which happens in Goa. Very few people finish it, but Shronit is one of those. He's also spent some time in the Amazon jungle. But over to you, Shronit, to talk more about LearnTube.
Hi, everyone. My name is Shronit, and I'm super excited to be amongst all of you today to tell you more about our journey building LearnTube and how we've impacted the careers of 1.8 million people already. The journey with LearnTube actually starts with my and Gargi's journey going to college. I had topped Maharashtra in the engineering entrances, and I was told, Vidyo.ai jao, life ban jayegi. So Vidyo.ai chale gaye, but realized aise life nahi banegi. What I'm learning is at least 20 years old at best. Gargi, on the other hand, went to Singapore to study, came back, was mentoring a few college kids, and realized there was a big gap between what level of education she got and what's available in India today. And that's the problem we're solving. That's why we're here. Very specifically, there are about 3 billion people every month who learn off the open web. But there's a big problem when you're trying to do that. So let's say you all wanted to learn prompt engineering. You don't know where to start. There's no structure. You don't know which video is better than the other. Even when you spent a month learning, you can't prove it. And just because you've watched a few videos does not mean you can actually write a great prompt, right? So what we do at LearnTube is we've built a multi-agent AI model that understands your background, it understands your goal. So let's say you wanted to learn prompt engineering to create investment notes and review pitch decks, right? LearnTube will understand your background, your goal, create a custom syllabus for each and every user, find the very best content from across the internet, add interactive assessments, solve your doubts in real time, and even work with you on the prompt that you need to build. All of this is completely built, delivered, and sold by AI. There are no humans in the loop anywhere, right? That's why learning is faster, it's cheaper, and it's a lot more effective. Here's a quick glimpse of how AI builds courses. Here's a quick glimpse of how AI builds courses and even solves your doubts.
Welcome to LearnTube. What would you like to learn today?
Product management for an early stage education technology startup.
That's a great choice. Why do you want to learn this?
To grow my startup and especially increase engagement, virality, and revenue.
It's great to meet you. I'm quickly analyzing your profile and making a completely personalized course for you.
And I can even ask it a doubt right here, right now. It's listening to me at this point. How would this work in the case of an education technology startup.
Achieve product market fit in the case of an education technology startup, it is crucial to understand the specific needs and pain points of the education sector.
So that's a little like Inception. There's 3 versions of me right here. But you basically get live interactive learning on demand, whether that's 2 a.m. at night or that's on the weekend when you really love to learn. And it really works. Since April 2022, when we launched, we have now 1.8 million users on the platform. We have scaled 14x in terms of revenue over the last 16 months. But the best part is users don't just see value in paying, they see value in learning. 48% of them, which is 7 times of industry average, complete the course, right? And that's the amount of hours of learning that we've literally delivered over this period of time. So how do we make money? Learning starts free. We're here to truly democratize access to high quality interactive learning, right? So you can start learning for free if you want a personalized course built for you, if you want real-time support, if you want feedback on your assignments, that's when you start paying. And there's a select quantity of our learners who upgrade to the highest level of learning where you get live mentorship as well. So learning for majority of the learners on LearnTube is 500 to 5,000 rupees. The live human-led part is what we're now actually working with Google to further productize, right? So we're investing into delivering real-time live interactive learning via voice avatars and interactive, clones like you just saw of mine right now. With Google, we've been super grateful to have that support. We've got some top experts working with us on better architecting, our agentic frameworks. We've made our models a lot more scalable, a lot more sustainable, right? And we even unlocked YouTube as a GTM channel. We were just on one channel before this, right? So it's helped us scale. In fact, we've doubled revenues in the 3 months that we started and closed this accelerator program. What's next for us is, further going down into the interactive learning route to literally recreate the experience of a live expert teaching you real time via their avatar. We're in the middle of closing our next round. We've already gotten a fund backed by Reid Hoffman on board, just figuring the rest part of our round. And we're rolling out US pilots. In fact, we're leaving day after. We're speaking at TechCrunch on AI and education as well, right? So now US market is what we're going after as our next market. That's it of our time. Happy to tell you more about what we're building right outside. Feel free to reach out to us. Thank you for being a very patient audience, learning more about LearnTube, and thank you, Google, for the entire support.
Thank you so much, Ronit. Up next, we have Merlin AI. And I think the recipe for their success is 3 roommates in college, 9 years of friendship, and now all 3 are co-founders. I'd like to call Pratyush, who's the co-founder and CEO, to talk more about Merlin.
Hi, everyone. How many of you here love Google Chrome and use it daily? Great. How many of you love Chrome extensions and use one of those extensions daily? Okay, so I'm here to change that ratio. Merlin is a Chrome extension company which helps you in researching faster and writing better. As Anjolie mentioned, started by 3 friends and roommates from IIT Kanpur. We came together about 2 years ago, started building stuff around Chrome extension, which is one of my very favorite forms of softwares, even more favorite than like mobile applications and websites. And what we do at Merlin is we aggregate a lot of functions which can help you in research and writing. So one of the reasons I really love Chrome extension is a lot of very useful context sits on your browser. Context around what are you currently using on your web pages, context around how you write, context around what you want to write on, where you want to write on. And that's why we believe that Chrome extension is one of the best interfaces for you to use AI in a very productive way on your regular workflows. Let's say writing an email or LinkedIn post and so on and so forth. Some of the top sort of plugins which we work on is like the web page chat, which helps you extract content out of a web page and then repurpose it into creating your own content. For example, okay, before we come to an example, like let's jump to who are our users, where are they? So our primary users are like SMB marketers and researchers. These are spread across the world. Almost half of our paid subscribers are out of US. A lot many are using us in Asia and Europe, primarily for researching and writing, and these are the people who spend a lot of their time on browser. So how does Merlin work? So let's say you are very actively working on LinkedIn to create content or to respond to your leads, sales leads or hiring messages. What you can do is you can install a Chrome extension. It will read through the context of your chat message on LinkedIn, and you can create your own custom prompts which you can save it inside your LinkedIn interface itself to sort of repeatedly respond in a particular way. So let's say if you're getting a lot of hiring related messages and you want to sort of respond to them saying that, okay, we are not proceeding ahead with your application. You can create a template for those kind of messages, save it inside your LinkedIn, and within just one click, it will create response. So the most important thing which Merlin does is it picks the right context, selects the right tool across about 25 odd tools, and then it has the right access to insert the right response inside your interface like LinkedIn, Gmail, and like your blog platforms and so on and so forth. So here is how you can also use Merlin for content repurposing. Let's say if you're writing blogs on SEO traffic of different websites, you can go on their Ahrefs page, extract the content, repurpose it using just some set of pre-saved prompts which is written in your style. Then use Merlin's AI detector to sort of detect which pieces of content looks like AI written, and then use Merlin's AI humanizer to convert it into more human-like format and then publish it. So you can just imagine that in just one simple workflow of repurposing content to create your own mini blogs or posts, you can use up to 4 of Merlin tools and get to a much concise and clear response for your own blog or your LinkedIn post. How Google for Startups helped us, it sort of doubled our organic traffic. In this process also we hit our lowest ever churn rate. We are almost half of our churn rate is almost half of what it was about a year ago, and we have also launched in a lot of collaboration related features. One very specific thing on which we got insane degree of help was on performance marketing. So right now, as you know, the CPMs and all the performance marketing costs are really high, and for a consumer product, this is one really important parameter to optimize on. Our mentors at Google were super helpful on those fronts. And one of the very core business fundamentals which I saw a lot of other peers as part of Google for Startups and a lot of mentors sort of advocate is to work on these fundamental values, which is to nurture love, make sure that the users really stick. And that also shows in some of our priorities in terms of reducing churn. It is also to be lean. So we operate on almost on a 100-month plus runway at almost all times in our journey in the last 1 year. And then ship fast, iterate faster. So you can see that almost every week Merlin launches one very major capability. And also build on non-tech defensibilities around network effects, brand, and collaboration. So that's our philosophy. If you resonate with us, we would love to chat and show you our demo outside. And we would love you to give it a shot to Merlin. It's a free extension. You can just go on getmerlin.in and give it a shot. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pratyush. I'm sure a lot of them are going to be exploring Chrome extensions thanks to you. Up next, we have Privasapien. As the name suggests, privacy for sapiens. I think with AI becoming larger, either humanity will become algo slaves or we can protect the privacy and our human consciousness. And thus, Privasapien. Calling Abhilash, the co-founder, on stage to talk more about how he's solving for this space.
Thank you, Anjolie. Hey, we are Privasapien. As Yuval Harari, who is the author of the book Sapien, says, AI is one of the fundamental risks for the human civilization, and it can enslave us. What kind of technologies you need to solve it is one of the fundamental requirements in the ecosystem today. So we are in that mission to solve that problem and protect human consciousness with the right kind of technologies. So we are building responsible superintelligence technologies. What that means is that NIST, National Institute of Standards and Technology, speaks about 8 attributes for building responsible AI. They are privacy, accountability, safety, security, fairness, explainable, reliable, and sustainable. Now, these are all research areas, very deep in nature. So how do you solve for these problems while you are building models? Because large organizations typically take care of these within their ecosystems. Let's say the foundational model builders like a Google or let's say other organizations. But when enterprises come in, let's say a large US bank, let's say Morgan Stanley or JP Morgan wants to build a fine-tune an LLM for their business requirements, they cannot take the data and directly train the data because there are regulations across the globe which are having very, very high penalties. For example, CPRA, it's like $7,500 per person, right? Similarly, GDPR is like 4% plus 11% for data and AI, which is 11% of a company's global revenue can be penalty just in one continent, right? And just think of other continents. Similarly, India, Saudi Arabia has 1 year of imprisonment. And Australia, for example, has 30% of revenue which can be charged as penalty. So these are very, very critical. So how does an organization's CIO solve these problems when he's taking model and deploying model? So model is sort of a pretty much solved problem today with, let's say the likes of Gemma. So when somebody takes, let us say, Gemma and then try to fine-tune the model for the requirements and deploy, there are so many regulatory requirements that they have to meet. And how do they solve the problem is what we are looking at. We started 2 years before ChatGPT launched, and we were in the stealth mode for a couple of years working on some of the privacy enhancing technologies which are top strategic technologies for unlocking data and training models. And we have been doing large POCs with large enterprises and then getting into large annual contracts with listed entities across the globe. It's a huge market. So how we actually solve this problem is we are first of its kind pioneering company globally, having a full stack responsible AI solution right from data collection to model inference. So how do you understand risk in data collection with privacy threat modeling? We are one of the pioneers in privacy threat modeling globally, followed by how do you mitigate the identified risk with privacy threat modeling with privacy enhancing technologies which come with mathematical guarantees of unlocking data. Right? We have a spectrum of products on privacy enhancing technologies. Then once you privacy preserve the data, how do you use this for privacy preserved machine learning in your ecosystem? And then once this is done, your model is now safe, right? In terms of the quality, in terms of privacy preservation in the model. But how do you ensure the security of the model when the model is deployed? How do you ensure that it is used for right purposes? And how do you build a governance architecture around it are some major problems. So all these three stages of data collection, model training, and model inference, we ensure that it is done in a responsible way given the 7 attributes. So we enable organizations to accelerate in their responsible AI adoption. Let's say the persona is a CIO, he can be a taker, shaper, or a maker. Taker basically means API calls to the external model. Shapers are people who are fine-tuning the models, and makers are who are building large language models. Typically an organization takes, let us say, Gemma, but then they have to understand the risk in data, mitigate the risk in data, do model training as per NIST or corresponding country regulatory requirements, then do secure deployment of it, safety of it, and then do governance of it. We enable organizations to accelerate this process. We are working with large enterprises across the globe in solving this problem and also with regulators. This accelerates an organization's adoption, Gen AI, the right way, as per global requirements. We are very, very unique positioned globally in terms of, we are right at the intersection of pet technologies and responsible AI, which is a very, very new area, and we have a very strategic advantage globally compared to a lot of other players. The strategic breakthroughs that we have done is in terms of privacy threat modeling, privacy enhancing technologies, and small language models protecting large language models. Quickly going on to some of the achievements, we have won Accenture's Global Challenge. We have been nasscom Gen AI cohort, NVIDIA. We have worked with Saudi Arabia government in Sadaya Sandbox. We have been Emerge 50 award winners. We have been working with multiple large banks in US and also large analytics companies and automobile companies across the globe. In terms of Google's benefits, we are working with a strong go-to-market strategy with the public sector team at GCP. We have integrated with Gemini, and we are putting technical safeguards for interfacing with Gemini. We are planning to do web AI by putting our small language models for protection in Chrome, and we are also getting listed in marketplace. Thank you for the opportunity. Looking forward to collaborate. We have a demo in our booth. Looking forward to see you there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Abhilash. Up next, we have Seller App, Bangalore-based startup, and a special message from the founder to you is their office is in 100 feet Indranagar 100 feet road, and he's happy to host all of you any Friday evening. So put him to test for that one, but over to you, Dilip.
Yeah. Hey, thanks, Anjolie. That was a good killer introduction. I mean, today is bursting with energy and enthusiasm. That's how AI rephrased, it's an exciting day, right? So 2016 was a very interesting year, not just because it was a leap year, but also my co-founder decided to leave Samsung job and take the leap of faith and become an e-commerce seller on Amazon. And the first product he decided to start selling is a smartwatch, right? But in less than 6 months, he understood that the data availability from all the marketplaces is very limited, which means that how you can use data to your advantage for scaling and managing your business is not there. And that's also a year where I was exiting from my previous startup, which was into ad tech. And we both met at a co-working space, and we decided to solve this massive problem of making the data available for sellers to scale their business. And I mean, we are now close to 7 years now. We work with more than 150,000 sellers, and currently we have close to 30,000 monthly active users and more than 1,000 paying customers. And we work with probably around 8 to 10 different channels, including the major ones, including like Amazon, Walmart, Flipkart, etc. And recently we also launched our analytics solution for the Q-commerce. And again, we also host a lot of large enterprise customers, including people like Group M, Samsung. From India, like we work with Bombay Shaving Company, MyGlam, etc. Again, I'm just diving deeper into the problem which we are solving, right? So if you talk to any large brand or any seller, large seller, they will always say that the amount of data they get it from the marketplaces is very limited, and which is mostly limited to their operational or their sales data or the inventory data, right? But that is absolutely not sufficient for you to scale and manage your business. That's where we come into the picture. We try to solve the unknown or the ice which is under the water, right? And we go deeper into insights, intelligence, account health, and a lot more. Again, coming back to our solution, see, if you are essentially a seller who is just starting off, or you have an idea you want to start selling on any marketplace, that's where we help you with the freemium business, where we support you with the product research, keyword research, listing optimization, some of these aspects. When you start growing, when you start generating a decent amount of money, that's where we come into picture, where we are working more closely with you in terms of your scaling, your operational efficiency, your optimization, all those aspects. And if you're an enterprise company, that's where we come into picture with more custom solutions, like new product development, category sizing, digital shelf, all those aspects. I mean, this was essentially a big use case for us to start adding Gen AI to our product. Again, we generate GBs of data every day because we work with sellers very closely. And this became a very, very natural extension for us to add the Gen AI components into our product. And after doing a very large, vast amount of research with the sellers, we came across around 7 different problems, and we finalized on around 4 problems. And among this, 2 of them you can actually see in our booth. One of them is actually a dynamic dashboard. Many times what happens is in the e-commerce industry is like the VP of e-commerce versus VP of marketing. There will be always a disconnect. That's a problem we are already solving through dynamic dashboarding, where you can ask specific questions. What happened to my revenue today? Or how is my ad spend today? Or what happened to my competition pricing today? All those answers are solved in the first one. That means the dashboard itself, tweak itself based on the customer persona and give you the data. Second one is, again, I mean, we are currently piloting with one of the large CPG firms out there, where we are using the review data, ratings, competition data, demand trends, all of them to essentially start creating new products. That's a NPD. The third one is, I think, very, very interesting stuff. Around 72% of the listings out there are not optimized. Again, we help you with automatically creating your listings. And the last and most important thing is the market sizing. Now, we are again doing it with the quick commerce, where a lot of brands want to understand what kind of size, what is the category size existing out there, and they want to innovate based on that. Yeah, I mean, you can have a deeper look into our dashboard in our booth. And here is one of the testimonials from one of the global leaders at Coke we work. And we introduced the AI components out there, and we saw that the platform usage have skyrocketed once we introduced the AI components there. Yeah, thanks a lot, and looking forward to interacting with all of you after this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dilip. Next up, we have Simply Smart, which is a developer tool startup based in Bangalore. And a fun fact is Devansh, who's going to be presenting soon, the co-founder and CTO, is actually an ex-Googler. And according to him, his trick for getting the job was he apparently made a parody song about Google and showed his hiring manager, who quickly hired him. But then obviously he left and chose bigger things like building Simply Smart. Over to you, Devansh.
Hey, hi folks. I'll keep this fast and simple, just like our end-to-end MLOps platform. Now, whenever there is a paradigm shift in technology, there's always enablers who enable people to harness technologies in a really simple and easy way. For internet, there was AWS, Google, Terraform. For data, there's Databricks and Snowflakes. And now we are in a AI super cycle, right? But there's no enabler yet. Now, why do we need an enabler? Because most of you are using AI through third-party APIs, right? It comes with some compromises, like data security. It becomes very expensive, and you don't have control over latency and rate limits. Now, some of you, to tackle this, have also tried to deploy it in-house. It comes with another set of challenges, which is it's extremely complicated to actually implement it in production. It becomes cumbersome to manage. It requires a lot of infra and ML expertise. And of course, it can become very, very expensive very, very fast. Now, to solve all of these problems, we bring in Simply Smart. Basically, one click to train, one click to infer, and every other automation comes out of the box. Of course, I'm very happy to announce today from this platform that as of today, officially, we are the fastest inference engine in the world for GPU-based providers. And of course, you will be able to see that data on artificial analysis very soon as well. Now, one size does not fit all. So in order to give control to developers to build customized solutions for their business use cases, we have developed a Terraform-like language which gives you control over your end-to-end life cycle. And now talking about the team a little bit, of course, Amritanshu and I, we have been college friends, and we actually came up with the idea while ranting to each other about the repetitive nature of our ML engineering tasks, right? The platform has been built by ML and infra experts working in companies like Google, Oracle Cloud, AWS, etc. Our journey so far has been very interesting. We were founded in 2022, and we are now on track to do 1 million ARR very soon, and have recently closed a Series A round led by Axel. Yeah, and about Google for Startups, right? Google has been really helpful through this accelerator program, and they have helped us in multiple ways. One is, of course, through the marketplace integration, through which we will now be able to offer these optimizations on their cloud very easily to a wider set of GCP customers. They've helped us with connections through partners and for sales processes. And now, of course, we have newer models from Google like Gemma, as well as some infrastructure development on TPUs, etc., which is now helping us foray into these newer chipsets as well. So yeah, that's us, a fast and scalable end-to-end MLOps lifecycle management platform. And in typical Simply Smart fashion, I actually finished this pitch in 3 minutes, saving you 40% of your latency on the pitch as well. So thanks, I'll see you out there. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Devansh. Up next, we have Super Sourcing, a startup based out of Indore. But I think Mayank has traveled to Bangalore and had a very productive trip. Just yesterday, he was with the LinkedIn CEO. Hopefully, a lot of collaborations come through that. But over to Mayank, who's the co-founder and CEO, to tell us more about what they're building in the HR tech space.
My name is Mayank. I'm a co-founder of Super Sourcing. I'm not a speaker. My co-founder Aditi, she's a speaker. I'm more of a earphone. None of us from IIT and IIM, and we are solving pretty non-cool problem, which is a hiring. All we realize that it's not about the idea which is a problem. Every founder, they are great in idea, they get VC money, but the problem is in execution. And execution is not about just a founder's job or leader's job. They need a team. So if you hire the right people, put them in the right sort of energy, and they execute together, then company become big. So first I wanted to solve my problem. I spent good energy finding the right people with me. I have a Vijaya. He was previously director of talent with a Flipkart. He built 3 unicorn engineering team. So we are solving hiring problems, and I speak with him. I told him, hey man, this problem exists 10 years previously, also gonna exist, future also. Anyway, we can put the technology together and find the right pattern, can solve faster, because now everything is optimizing for speed, whether it's a dating, e-commerce, everything. But hiring still takes a lot of time. Same boring, create a job description, multiple website you post, collect the resumes, then ask the same golden question, tell me about yourself, current package kya hai, expected package kya hai, whether the person is interested to join, tell me about yourself. So we kind of automated all sort of things, make it so easy, so simple. Now anybody can hire engineers in 1 or 2 days. So far, we work with a lot of companies in India, little bit of US and Middle East. That's the kind of product. I speak to a lot of HRs, and I'll find out these are 3 major problems. One is they have a 10,000 plus resumes. It's not about the database is a problem, but finding who are the top 10 people where they should put energy is a problem. So we created a hiring pattern. Every company has a different culture, different technology, things they are looking for. So once we find out a pattern, we created a model, and we are helping them to find out these are the 10 candidates. Once those 10 shortlisting is done, we created an AI model which call them on the behalf of the company and tell this is the company, that's why you should join us, that's the kind of package we are offering. So all manual work which recruiter has to do daily basis, automatic done via AI. And third is the AI-based interviews. So right now, usually recruiters are available Monday to Friday during office hours, and candidate is available after office hours. If they have to take an interview, they have to hide themselves in a corner, take interviews, which we kind of automated with AI. So whenever they are comfortable, they can take interviews. These 3 things we have done, and it's working really well. Initially, we don't want to optimize for VC, we wanted to optimize for our customers. Somebody's advised me, company without revenue or without profit is just a hobby. So from a day one, we are profitable, we are making money. First year revenue was 6 crore, then 12, then 14. This year we will be hitting 35, and hopefully next year we will go 100 crore, that too without VC money. And things are moving good in the right direction. All little bit senior people we have, and we figured out this market is already exist, but technology, it's a new game altogether. We have our competitor, Turing, who has raised good money. They spend good on ads. Luckily, we have not raised money, so we could not spend. So far, running organically, things are going in the right direction. Hopefully, we'll do one day big. These are the couple of VC portfolios who are using us, but so far, right now, we are heading towards the enterprises. Enterprise like Amazon, Wellington, Google are not using us. Maybe we can partner someday. We are raising first VC round so that we are not spending 10 years building what we wanted to build. We can speed down or cut down our journey next 2-3 years, and that's our goal. Thank you, everyone.
Next up, I would like to call upon Switch On. We have the co-founder Aniruddha here. In his own words, he'll obviously talk more about the kind of work that they do, but they basically help Unilever make the best Dove soaps in the world that I'm sure all of us have used at least once in our lives. Over to you, Aniruddha.
Hello, everyone. I hope you guys are still awake. Great lunch and a few pitches after that, so not a great place for me to be in, but I'll try to be as entertaining as possible. We at Switch On are building a product called Deep Inspect. We automate quality inspection for the manufacturing industry. We have a bunch of compliances that enable us to go to electronics, consumer goods, automotive kind of applications. The problem we are trying to address is that of customer complaints and product recalls. Depending upon how closely you've interacted with manufacturing, you may or may not be aware that 25% of the typical workforce in a manufacturing plant only does quality and quality-related activities, right? And still, the number of product recalls for a typical automaker is about 50 plus a year in a geography. And typically, a consumer goods manufacturer gets about 200 customer complaints per year. And they lose about $150 million per year only on what is called cost of poor quality. What we are looking to do is use AI and computer vision to enable them to reach zero defects and eliminate the cost of poor quality. When we try to analyze this problem and why this has happened, with more and more automation, you will very quickly figure out that supply chains have become very fragmented over a period of time, which means that you have many, many suppliers from different geographies giving you piece parts that you're looking to assemble. We as customers have become more prudent as well, so we need high quality products and superhero products almost all the time. And line speeds are going up across a period. So, in a decade, we have reached from about 200 parts per minute to 600 parts per minute for the typical consumer product goods manufacturer. And in this context, if you look at the current generation of AI systems, what you would have seen is that you will have a lot of training information, data that needs to be trained, and a high false positive rate. And so we built Deep Inspect. So with Deep Inspect, you have a training platform that can be trained with less than 200 images, can be set up within an hour inside the manufacturing plant, help you reach 100% accuracy on identifying defects that can be as small as about 100 micron. And you can do that with 99.9% plus accuracy at 1100 parts per minute. So these are really high-speed lines and really, really high accuracy applications. These are all the different applications we do. So we do something called surface inspection, which is automation of visual defects. We do optical character verification, helping our customers understand which product has this defect. And then we also do whatever all conventional systems can do and integrate all of this information back into ERP MES systems so that from the inspection to the final analysis of the cost of poor quality, our customers can have an end-to-end picture of the cost of poor quality that we are impacting. We integrate with all of the major industrial camera brands, a bunch of industrial compute brands, and PLC brands. This means the adoption of this system can happen in a few clicks and within 8 days. And this is how our setup looks like. I'll just skip a few slides. These are some of the analytics that we generate. This is exactly where we are working with the Looker team to essentially generate more insights for our customers, and where you can see the defect data in real time along with the class of defects, the root cause of the defects, and even update machine parameters to ensure that you can eliminate the defects altogether from your manufacturing. I'll probably again skip a few slides and go straight to some of the customer applications that we have. So we work with some of the largest customers in the world and impact them building out some of the most critical products in their manufacturing lines. So we work with companies like SKF, which is a pretty large bearing manufacturer. We work with automakers like Hyundai. If you have any Hyundai car, one of the powertrain products called sleeve synchronizers are inspected by Switch On right now. And then we do a bunch of engine inspection for Bajaj. These are some of our larger customers. We have a customer base primarily in Southeast Asia, which for us is India, Indonesia, Thailand, Nepal, Bangladesh. We work with a few sites in Europe, which is primarily Germany, Italy, and Austria as well for us right now, and a bunch of sites in North America and Latin America. You can also see we do a bunch of work with large CPG manufacturers like Diageo, P&G, Unilever, and so forth. Yeah, this has been our journey, talking a little bit about the work that we have done here. So this is the first time we worked with hyperscalers, and it was an amazing experience for us, both in terms of what it did for our product, as well as in terms of how we learned to work with large organizations like Google. That's it, that's my time. Thank you so much.
So much, Aniruddha. Next up, we have upliance.ai. So before I introduce the startup, quick show of hands. How many of us here hate cooking, hate the kitchen? Is it just me? Okay, not a lot of us apparently. But anyway, upliance.ai is a food tech startup, and they basically have an AI assistant to help folks like me who are not great at cooking. Mohit here, who's the co-founder and CTO, I'd like to call him on stage. He's also brought his device to help us understand a little bit more about how upliance.ai works. In their initial journey, Mehek, the co-founder, used to share algorithms of recipes, which turned him from a Maggie chef to a master chef. Over to you, Mohit.
Thanks, Anjali. Very quickly, what got us into existence. Over the past decade or so, the Indian customer has dramatically scaled up in their aspiration, and you see this coming up in budgets of, say, travel, actually not just the customer, but households in their aspirations of travel budgets, education. You look at houses that have evolved, you look at cars as they've changed. But one of the very big things that households' capital budgets have that have not changed at all are appliances. We are out to change this. So we are upliance.ai. Let me switch this on. Yeah. So we believe that technology today is at a place where appliances can be dramatically disrupted. Over the next 10 years, all appliances will become smart. How do appliances become smart? Not just, hey, operate my washing machine from my cell phone. We believe that there is a much deeper value proposition. We feel that smart appliances mean refrigerators that don't let your, everyone has probably seen the dhania go bad in the refrigerator. So refrigerators that do that, washing machines that are able to spot that this piece of clothing needs to be washed in this particular way, and food appliances, cooking appliances that are able to learn over time and become better and better, right? So that's what we set out to build. We thought that all these appliances need to level up, and that's why we are called upliance.ai. I know, terrible pun. Anyhow, so this is our very first appliance. This is essentially consisting of two different components. There's the smart jar, which not only cooks, it also cuts, chops, stirs. So if you have a solid onion, you can drop it inside. It will cut it to the right size. You add a little bit of oil, it'll actually make the tadka as well, and you will go from like a Maggie chef to master chef in, 30 minutes, right? So, so that's on this side. On the other side is all of our connected element. This thing has 500 plus recipes. That number is always getting outdated because we are always updating the number of recipes. Users also come in and create their own recipes and their own workflows with the help of our generative recipes features, right? So apart from that, the device keeps learning your style of cooking and recipes keep evolving. So if I like kadai paneer a certain way, but someone else in this room wants it to be spiced all the way up to 10, well, we have two completely different dishes, right? Apart from that, like any modern consumer startup, there's a huge and thriving community that works along with the device. Everyone loves to share what they're cooking. Everyone loves to send photos and tips and tricks of how they are making the best of their appliance. Well, quick notes about us. Mehek and I have known each other for like more than half of our lives. We have also been building hardware in this country for close to a decade. and connected hardware has just been like in our life and blood. We built electric motorcycles and electric scooters. Mehak was at Ather, I was at Torque. We've been building cooking machines actually for the last decade as well. Right, so very quickly, note on our progress, we have 3,000 plus households, and this number keeps changing every single day, that are cooking with the appliance today. Through this program, a bunch of things that we got in about the percentage of recipes cooked with AI modifications. Actually, we have, in addition to generative recipes features, we also have this thing called a co-pilot. So every time you want to pick up the phone and call someone and ask ki namak zyada dalna hai ya fir hey, is this the right onion? People now go ask the co-pilot, and co-pilot assists in those tasks. They're all the under the hood algorithms that keep changing all the time. By our estimates, about 20% of all cooking sessions that happen on the appliance have an AI element involved in them today, and this number continues to rise. We've been able to bring up multimodal AI in some of our POCs. We are looking to implement this in our product. Our DevOps has improved. The team at Google's been incredibly helpful in helping us optimizing these things. All of these to make our overall recipe experience go up so that you, when you're cooking in the kitchen, you breeze through and, well, you get to be master chef, right? So well, that's our time. Thank you very much. That's the appliance. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Mohit. Up next, we have Vidyo.ai. They're basically a social media agent for businesses. So imagine you're too lazy to watch a 1-hour video. They make sure that they cut out and bring up the most important parts of the video that make it go viral. They've worked with content creators like Nas Daily and many more. Fun fact from the founder is apparently the very first version of Vidyo.ai was hosted entirely on a single Google Colab notebook on Google Cloud. And that's what inspired them to also bring up and grow Vidyo.ai. Over to you, Kushagra, the co-founder and CTO.
Hi, everyone. I am Kushagra. I'm the co-founder and CTO of Vidyo.ai. So simply put, Vidyo.ai is a social media agent for businesses. What is the problem that we are trying to solve? Well, social media is very difficult to manage. In order to create a single 60-second video, it takes up to 90 minutes to really edit it well. And it takes around 5 apps to really monitor your social media completely. And each of these apps cost an average of $40 a month. So it's, it's time intensive and it's also expensive, right? What we provide is a single platform that takes in all of your social media content. So these can be ebooks, these can be blogs that you have written, or any brand assets from your website, your YouTube videos, webinars, again, everything. And then we create bite-sized content pieces out of it. After we create these pieces, we also help you schedule them automatically. And after we have scheduled them, we also help you manage automation workflows. So these can be DM automations, and story automations, etc. We started out with a single solution, which was take in a long format video and get 10 viral clips out of it. After that, we have now integrated support for posting carousels, Twitter threads, and all sorts of text media. In terms of customers, we have more than 6,000 customers paying us monthly. We are at about $2 million in ARR. 85% of our revenue comes from the United States. Most of our customers are small business owners in the US. The only thing that can really top revenue is user love. 48% of our customers say that they would be very disappointed if Vidyo.ai did not exist. One small anecdote that I'd like to share is sometime last year we did an event in New York, and there was this therapist that came up to me. He didn't know I was one of the co-founders. I was just at the event, and this person comes to me, and we just start talking. And he's like, Vidyo.ai changed my life. I was like, wait, that's a very filmy thing to say. So why don't you explain, how did it change your life? So it turns out this guy is a therapist. He did a lot of webinar and podcasts around mental health. When he learned about our tool, he started taking clips from our tool and putting it out on his social media. Once he started doing that, he got 100% more leads than he would normally, which increased his revenue, thereby, changing his life. And that's the moment I realized what sort of an impact are we really having at the ground level. So we have reached 2 million ARRs in the last 18 months. In fact, fun fact, we got one of our first paying customers in this month, 2 years ago. And so this is the founding team. Vedant is my co-founder. He's the CEO. He comes with a wealth of background in social media. I've been doing AI since 2017. And yeah, that's the founding team. In terms of how we'll win the market, we see that the current space is very fragmented with a lot of point solutions existing in the horizontal SaaS space. We feel that there is opportunity in bundling all the tools and solutions that a small, medium business owner needs for social media into one single platform, and that is what we are building. Every business will be a creator, and we will make that a reality. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kushagra. Next up, we have Visual Dub, which is a media and entertainment-based startup in Bangalore. I'd also like to call Mandar. Coincidentally, or interestingly, actually, all three co-founders have been on the sets of Big Bang Theory, which is every nerd's dream. But I think the inspiration behind Visual Dub, one of the co-founders was obsessed with Korean drama and really understood the problem there when it comes to dubbing and lip syncing and decided to solve for it himself. But over to you, Mandar, who's the co-founder and CEO.
So interestingly, the idea for our technology and the need for it was expressed first by the director of Parasite, Bong Joon, at the Oscars award ceremony in 2020, when he won the Oscars for Best Director, Parasite. Can we have the video, please?
Amazing, unbelievable. Yeah, I'm foreign language filmmaker, so I have a translator here. Please understand. No. 그 자막, 서브타이틀의 장벽도 아니죠. 한 1인치 정도 되는 그 장벽을 뛰어넘으면 여러분들이 훨씬 더 많은 영화를 즐길 수 있습니다.
Once you overcome the 1-inch tall barrier of subtitles, you will be introduced to so many more amazing films.
All of us have struggled with consuming and watching dubbed content, right? Imagine watching a Korean film with English audio. The experience sucks. That is exactly what Visual Dub is solving. We are a startup based out of Bangalore. We are a research-first generative AI startup and solving that media tech stack for the entertainment industry globally. Localization today is the currency of commerce for the entire entertainment industry. Across theatrical releases, streaming platforms, content, broadcast networks, millions of hours of content gets created, consumed, distributed across all parts of the world in more than 100 languages. But dubbing, which helps the localization, is broken and it causes a completely disturbed and broken experience for both the creators of content, the distributors of content, and the viewers. Let me show you the problem firsthand. Can we have the video, please?
Ever wondered why this long metro line was built? To make this Joyce jump possible, we believe that to keep growing, India needs to keep building.
Solutions today do not meet the exacting standards of the entertainment industry. For example, manual dubbing obviously does not solve for visual discord because video and audio is not in sync. Then there are the avatar-based technology startups that try to solve the problem of lip sync, but they are really made for digital content, not made for 4K resolution, and pretty much solve this problem for digital creators. And then there are companies like Flawless and Mars that try to solve the same problem, but they are VFX first with a layer of AI. And when you use VFX, there is a direct impact on cost and also on the time. So what Visual Dub really solves for through its proprietary models on both voice cloning and extremely studio quality lip syncing models is we solve for what you see and what you hear in dubbed content by making it look absolutely seamless and natural. Now the same Korean film that you watched with English audio will seem like you're watching an English film. The technology is that seamless. The industry needs, for example, for technology to be adopted, there are 3-4 complexities that needed to be solved. One is the ability to deliver at 4K resolution. Second was the ability to account for multiple faces in the same frame. The ability to account for camera movements and the technology to work across all of these complexities. And on voice models, the ability to capture emotion, expression, and texture. Unfortunately, in open source research, the solves for these problems do not exist. We had to create our own models, backed by our own research, and what we define as spatio-temporal transformers that solve this problem at a scale that the entertainment industry needs. We like to call ourselves Hollywood-grade, studio-quality lip sync, which really means that we deliver at 4K resolution. We have the ability to deliver at 4K resolution. We can account for multiple faces in the same scene. We can account for multiple camera movements across talent and across cameras. And importantly, we preserve the original performance of actors and hence deliver the true cinematic expression in which content was created. Visual dub solves this problem obviously by changing the voice of the dubbed actor into the original voice and also lip syncing it to the audio. Let me show you how it looks now, the first reference video that I showed of SRK, when visual dub magic is at work. Can we have the next video, please? And can we dim the lights when the video plays? Thank you.
Ever wondered why this long metro line was built? To make this Joyce jump possible, we believe that to keep growing, India needs to keep building.
Ever wondered why this long metro line was built? To make this Joyce jump possible, we believe that to keep growing, India needs to keep building. Ever wondered why this long metro line was built? To make this Joyce jump possible, we believe that to keep growing, India needs to keep building.
This was, thank you very much. This was one of our defining works for a very large brand in the country, and obviously it stars one of our favorites, the man himself. We have built this technology for the global entertainment industry. A very important point to consider across all these verticals: films, streaming platforms, broadcast networks, advertising, and also creator content. More than $180 billion worth of content budget, production budget gets assigned. Visual Dub is making a play to severely impact this entire content creation industry at the post-production workflow, which effectively means that once you get into post-production, visual dubbing is something that you will do as a process to make your content aligned with all your localization initiatives. And Visual Dub is the brand and the technology that will help you achieve that. Whilst this has been built for films and streaming platforms, advertisers use our technology in their advertising films. We already have more than 25 large advertisers using our technology, starting with Amazon to Microsoft to Coca-Cola, Britannia, Nestle. And this is immense amount of validation because their films with our technology go on broadcast networks like Sony, Star, Z, and large events like IPL. So clearly our technology meets the exacting standards required for transmission on broadcast networks and at high resolution platforms. To introduce the team, my co-founders Shubho, Anjan, and Shubhashish, IIT Kanpur alumni. We had somebody else from IIT Kanpur here. They have more than 6 years in facial recognition, having worked in the US and solving many problems using generative AI. So they have deep expertise in this technology. I come with more than 20 years in the media entertainment industry, having worked with companies like Viacom 18, Times Television Network, and so on and so forth. So as a founding team, we bring to the table expertise in both technology and the domain, and that really helps us to take this technology to the market in a very, very large scale. We are currently in the middle of raising our next round of capital. We're raising 6 million, and we are in active conversations with investors to participate in this round. We are extremely thankful to Google. Besides everything else, we are also productizing our technology, and the leadership team's experience and their mentorship, especially in product and design and go-to-market strategy, has really helped us in designing our product in a way which makes it, or which will make it extremely loved by our consumers in the shortest possible time. So we're extremely thankful to the platform, and we can't wait to grow along each other. Also, we feel that with Google, specifically with YouTube, we have a large opportunity to integrate into the platform and offer this technology to this entire spectrum of advertisers that YouTube has in terms of making localized content look absolutely seamless for their consumers. And on this note, thank you very much. Just to summarize, we are probably one of those very few startups who've built technology research up. We own our models, we've created our own models, this is patent filed, and we have found validation across a large spectrum of advertisers and also large studios. We are in pilot stage with some of the biggest names in the country today. Thank you very much. On time.
Thank you, Mandar. Next up, we have Vodex, a startup born out of Rewa in Madhya Pradesh, a sales tech startup, and also another startup where the success is all about college friendship. So I think both the founders have been friends for over 16 years and then decided to also co-found Vodex together. But over to Anshul, who's the co-founder and CEO.
Hello everyone. My name is Anshul. I am the co-founder and CEO of Vodex.ai. So at Vodex, we are building generative AI-powered virtual sales agent. So basically, thanks to Anjali, as Anjali said, me and my co-founder, we have known each other for almost 16 plus years. We are university batchmates. So this is our second company. Before this, we started another company that was also into AI chatbot space. And in that company, when we are building, so what we are doing is we are building chatbots, voice bots for our customers. And we ran that company from 2019 to 2022. And in that company, one thing we realized is sales is hard. So what are some of the challenges? One thing we realized is sales is hard. First of all, we were facing a lot of challenges with sales. And second thing, a lot of our customers were asking us, can you build a chatbot, voice bot, which can do, sales? And specifically, pre-sales kind of activities, like lead qualification and all. So we kind of went deep into it. We realized, what are the challenges with sales? One thing we realized is salespeople were spending too much time on non-productive tasks, right? They are going after low-quality leads. They were talking to people who are not really interested. They were spending too much time on CRM updates and non-selling tasks, right? They were spending too much time. They were reaching out to leads very late. Like today, if the lead is generated, they will reaching out after 5 days, 7 days. So spending too much time. They were not clear about the ICP. Follow-up was not being done properly, and there were literally a lot of challenges. They were not able to communicate the USP properly. So one thing we realized is we need to solve this challenge, and that's how the idea of Vodex came in. So in 2022, we started Vodex, and the idea was simple: to build a voice bot, a phone-based voice bot, which can call to website visitors or any lead which is generated. If someone comes to your website, fills a form, what we built is a solution which will make phone call to the website visitor, and it asks all the qualifying questions, like what is your budget, and what do you want to buy, how soon do you want to buy, all those qualifying questions, and it will call within seconds So, the idea was like human salespeople should be able to reach only to the qualified lead. So if 1,000 people are coming to your website, who are the top 50 or 100 people to whom a salesperson should reach out so that their time can be effectively utilized. So that's how we built Vodex in 2022. And we were focusing on pre-sales activity, like lead generation, lead qualification, those kind of things. But then we realized that only pre-sales is not sufficient and only phone calls is not sufficient. Like before doing phone call, you need to do a little bit of background research about who is the customer. You need to do some background research. You need to understand whom you are calling, right? And also a lot of customers were asking like, can your bot even close the deal? Can your bot can do advanced things like lead qualification, setting a meeting is one thing, but can it actually go and close the deal? So that's when the idea of actually agentic AI came in. So we thought let's build an agentic AI solution for end-to-end sales. So we started working on solution where the virtual sales agent can not only do a phone call, but even it can go on different social media platforms like LinkedIn and other platform and can do a background research about the prospect. It can understand who is the prospect is, it can do the discovery, it can even do the demo, and ultimately the idea is to close a deal. So what we are building now at Vodex is to build a virtual salesperson who can write from prospecting to close a deal. And today it sounds very ambitious, right? Like, can a virtual sales agent close a deal? And that too, we are talking about deals which are like maybe $100,000 or even $1 million deals. So today it sounds very ambitious, but back in 2022 and even back in 2014, when we actually started building bots, that time even building a phone-based bot which can talk like a real human was sounding very ambitious. Like it was very difficult to hold a conversation like a human. But today it sounds very natural, right? So we are very sure that within 2 years we'll be able to build bots or agents, agentic agents which can close deals. And so here is a quick demo of our lead qualification agent. And basically, we have made it super easy for customers, to build these agents. So within like literally 5-10 minutes, just by writing some prompts, you can create an agent which can make phone calls and engage in customers. So I'll quickly show you the demo.
This should work perfectly. All I do is create my bot, upload my data, and run campaign. Let's see a sample. Hi, this is Olivia.
So that was a very small 10-second demo. Now talking about how our customers are using our agents, sales agents. So we are focusing specifically on US markets, and we are specifically focusing on companies like banks, insurance, mortgage companies. And like, for example, insurance companies are using it to reach out to their customers for insurance sales type of use cases. They are also reaching out for insurance claims, payment reminder, payment processing, and those type of use cases. Similarly, we are partnering with BPOs and call centers, and through them we are reaching out to end customers like insurance and mortgage companies. BPOs and call centers are using us to make the initial calls, and then if required, the calls can be transferred to a human agents. Talking about our GTM strategy, it's mainly founder-led. So Kumar, my co-founder, and I, we both are basically tech-savvy, but we have learned sales over the past few years. And we are building a sales solution, so definitely we prefer founder-led sales. Apart from that, we are doing a strategic partnership with those companies which are selling to our customers. So like, for example, BPOs, dialers, some CRM companies, we are doing some partnership with them so that we can reach out to end customers like insurance companies and mortgage companies. Basically, we are attending networking events. We are doing webinar, podcast, PR, media. Our revenue goal is, right now what we are doing is our ACV is around 100K. And minimum ACV is 100K and average ACV is around 200K. And our goal is to take the ACV to 500K US dollars. We have already achieved 1.5 million ARR from our current customers. And mostly we are focusing on US. So almost 95% customers are from US markets. We have established pipeline of $5 million, which we will achieve by March 2025. And our focus is on US market. We are constantly working on increasing our ACV. And we have helped our customer increase their sales by 30%. So why Vodex? Some of the main reasons are like we are very innovation focused. So we have a dedicated R&D team which is working on creating dedicated sales model. These sales model are trained on high sales conversation data, like how the salespeople talk to their customers. And we are building all the sales strategies, into the sales model. So we are spending a lot on innovation. Apart from that, we are doing strategic partnership with BPOs, call centers, CRM companies, whoever is helping us reach out to our ICP. Our GTM is very focused, US markets, specific companies. And lastly, we are very customer-centric. So whatever solution we have built, we have always focused on customers, we have listened to our customers, and everything we have built is coming from the customer input. This is our team. So Anshul here, apart from me, like Kumar Saurav is my co-founder, he is the CTO. And yeah, as Anjolie mentioned, we have known each other for 16 plus years. Decades of experience into AI. So we both have like 10 plus years of experience building chatbots, voice bots, machine learning. Apart from that, we have Dr. Shri and Jackie, who is our sales mentors also. And they are sales coaches. They have like more than 20 plus years of experience into sales coaching. And they are helping us building all our AI sales models, like train our virtual salesperson to become world's best salesperson. Apart from that, we have Avi Ganguly. He has 30 plus years of experience into US sales, telecom and all. Our goal is to achieve 10 million ARR by December 2025 and to expand in US. And to achieve that, we are looking to raise $10 million. Previously, we have raised $2.31 million from UIV, Pentathlon, 100x VC. Lastly, I would like to say thanks to Google for Startups and Google for helping us a lot. It has been amazing journey, amazing experience working with Google. They have helped us in OKR implementation in our organization. Apart from that, we have got a lot of help in marketing department. They have helped us in improving our Google ads and all. And there were some technical issues also that we have faced, like DNS and all. And then Google team has quickly came on a meeting, helped us resolve those issues. So thank you so much, Google, for helping us in this journey and making us part of this cohort. And thank you.
Thank you so much, Anshul. Next up, we have Mariana AI, which is a healthcare startup based in Bangalore. So interestingly, both the founders actually met randomly at a Y Combinator pitch event and realized they both have something in common. They want to change the world with AI. After months of sleepless nights and brainstorming, they came up with Mariana AI, which is solving for a very important space, healthcare. And today, we've got Shweta Shetty here, who's the head of customer success and marketing at Mariana AI, who's going to do the pitch and tell us more about the company. Over to you, Shweta.
Thank you, Anjali. Well, I think I'm the second last pitch for the evening. I hope you, quick energy check. I hope all of you are very much there with me, because today we are going to be talking about what AI can do, and we are in the mission to actually doing in the US healthcare space. So, yeah, Kaustubh and Vishal, they both are here smiling at me. You're going to catch them later. We'll quickly start. And pardon me if you can't see some of the text on the slide. We only realize it later that the light is too much. But why US healthcare and why AI should solve problems in this space? Let's talk a little about that. So US, with about more than 1 million healthcare providers or practitioners, is known to have been hit the most when it comes to burnout, especially after COVID hit us. And not surprisingly, about 50 to 60% healthcare providers have switched careers, have stopped practicing since COVID happened. Not just that, if you actually look at the day of a typical provider, right? About 10 hours of patient care, and to top it, 3 to 4 hours of administrative tasks. Now, imagine a provider having become a doctor to be able to provide that human touch, that patient care, having to do all of this. And about 25% of the budget is actually spent on financial and revenue operations in the administrative life cycle. All of this actually leads to a little more than, I mean, I would have asked you guys to guess, but the number is up there, about 250 billion in revenue leakages or slippage. So the whole idea is to then be able to shift from the cores to the core, is what we believe at Mariana.ai. And why do we believe that the time is right? The regulator has been more supportive than ever to be able to bring patient care and improve the exchange of information across different stakeholders in the patient life cycle. So you would actually now, some of you would already know, 2009 High-Tech Act wanted to support more healthcare information exchanges and EHRs, as in electronic health records, to be able to solve some of these data inefficiencies that are there in the industry. Similarly, the Cures Act by the ONC is another act passed to help data interoperability between stakeholders. And about 80 to 90% of the data is unstructured natural language. So this is really why we believe these are the core reasons why the time is right. Well, there are some challenges, of course. There is no objective right, so to say, in the space. What do I mean by that? Right? Every organization, every health system has a different way of documenting patient encounters. Simply put, patient-provider conversational record. And there are thousands of workflows. Again, every organization has its own set of standard workflows. And clinicians who are our primary users, the users of Mariana.ai, actually are tech-averse. Imagine a 40, 50, 60-year-old and even more not being able to, even at times, log into the system right. Imagine how would they look at this problem overall. And like I was saying, healthcare workflows themselves are unique. You would see over here there are some 12 to 13 workflow steps or elements. Almost about 50% of those are standard, industry standard. So talk about pre-visit charting, which is essentially taking down all the information of the patient and documenting it. Then the diagnosis and the treatment. We spoke of the documentation, the orders relevant to a certain diagnosis, the medical coding that is involved, extremely important for insurance again, and the electronic health record system tasks. These are the ones that are standard, but pretty much everything else, so close to about 50% of it is all specific to that particular organization. Enter Mariana.ai. We are a revenue enhancement platform developed and delivered through the strength of Gen AI, and we solve tailor-fit, essentially we make ourselves tailor-fit to solve the physician's problems. And how do we do it? We do it across 3 layers. The first one is the UI UX layer. To give you a little bit of context on how EHRs came to be, they came to be to make the lives of physicians and clinicians easier. But over the years, over the decades, as these data and patient data exchange platforms have added thousands and thousands of clicks to a clinician's workflow on a day-to-day basis. And that is how we set out to solve this problem. We automate about 95% of those tasks that EHRs need to be done. In an EHR needs to be done by a clinician on a day-to-day basis. So we solve all of this, and now only in 3 clicks. It's just a matter of clicks now for a clinician to be able to record patient encounters and add that back to the system. So on the right, you would see the pre-visit chart that I spoke about, the real-time documentation engine. So our ambient intelligent voice solution essentially makes it a matter of less than 30 seconds, literally a matter of few seconds. The AI layer focuses on multiple sub-layers. One, of course, is the task-specific training that the models have been trained on. Along with that, we also have the organization level or the health system level workflows that the models have been trained on. And then every physician, every practitioner has a unique way of providing patient care, and those preferences are also then captured. So that brings on to the tasks of coding, the medical coding side, the EHR tasks, dropping the orders through the system, etc. And then there is this data layer, which combines the EHR and the patient data. It also takes care of the care pathways or the short list that a specific organization and an EHR system includes, and the internal organization-specific databases and knowledge bases that are already there. So about 50 workflow-specific use cases is what we cater to. We support about, okay, let me just check. Yeah, we're right. We support about 55 specialties in the US healthcare system, about 10 languages. And I'm proud to say that we are actually the first platform that offers multi-language support. Imagine having patients in California or Puerto Rico who do not understand English very well. Our real-time AI intelligent transcribing solution converts or translates languages and creates clinical encounter notes in the format that is needed and understood by the insurers, simply put. A little bit about the team. So Kaustubh and Vishal, Anjolie told us, met at a Wysa event. But both of them were driven by this common passion of solving the world through AI. Both of them are from BITS Pilani, but incidentally did not know each other during their 4 years of education. But they've both built deep tech and AI solutions in their respective work experience. So Kaustubh, for example, built in 0 to 1 deep tech startups and scaled the companies to about 75 million ARR. And Vishal, on the other hand, led the real-time AI recommendation engine. I think it's the largest in the country at ShareChat. And very early on, right, the DNA of the organization is very technology first. We realized and we brought on board industry veterans, second to none literally, and some of these names are over here. Few of you would know about Nuance, the company which is a leader in the AI ambient space in US that was acquired by Microsoft a couple of years back for close to about 20 billion. So the chief medical officer of Nuance, Anthony, is on board with us, guiding us through the landscape. On the other hand, Optum is a healthcare services and analytics company, one of the largest in, again, the industry in the US, takes care of about 125 million patients annually. The chief medical officer, Wendy, at Optum is with us. And Mark Weiner, who's the president of Ambulatory Surgical Center Association of the US. This is the largest ambulatory surgery center group representing more than 6,000 ASC centers, as they are called, in the US. Well, we have raised our pre-seed round from Upsparks and BitSpark, and we are now on to our growth journey. I want to, okay, the most important number over there is missing, but I'll come to that. Over the last 3 years of doing research, and we were very clear that in an industry that is probably one of the largest in the US and age-old, so to say, research has to be number one to be able to understand what problems to solve in the space. So over the last 3 years, we've spoken to more than 1,500 stakeholders in the industry. We've had about 1,000 to 1,200 users test the platform. And through this continuous feedback loop, we launched our product until when we were in stealth mode in Jan 2024. That is when our platform was first launched. In about 3 months' time from there, we locked in our first paid client. Happy to report that in June, we struck about 100,000 in ARR, and we became profitable sometime in September, October, grew by 3x, and we are at a 400K ARR at this point in time. We are well poised to reach 1 million by end of this year, and we aim to strike 5 million in ARR by end of next year. And all of this, just to give you a quick picture, is going to be at about $4,500 per user per year. Let's get to what the glimpses of the last 3 months and what the growth journey has been. I told you we grew about 3x in a matter of 3 months in the last quarter, and now we are looking at a pipeline of 20 million. How, you ask? So we are now piloting, and happy to report, in about 11 large health systems in the US. And the first one, which is the biggest, essentially is in the top 10 health systems in terms of size and number of patients covered each year in the US. Then we have about 4 organizations with 2,000 plus providers, about 3 of them with 1,000 to 2,000, and another 3 of them in the 500 to 1,000 range. In the last 3 months again, the technical progress has been stellar. We have state-of-the-art ICD-10 medical coding, which is latest in the industry. We have supported or built support for more than 10 new use cases, and we have struck partnership with 2 new EHRs along with the top 5 EHRs in the US, namely CyberMed and GemCaps. Both of these combined cater to about 7,000 health systems in the US. Yeah, that was a quick presentation of our journey. One last thing that I should not miss is how Google has helped us in the last 3 months. We've not only be able to list ourselves on the marketplace, but also have gotten deep industry connects now, specifically when it comes to large enterprise clients. And a lot of support on the technical research side as well is what we've benefited from. And we believe we would have taken close to a year to get there in terms of support that we've got from Google in the last 3 months. I did not even scratch the surface in terms of how our platform helps providers. I'd be very happy to meet you guys outside and give you a demo. See you there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shweta. And now we have one more startup left. Audience, thank you so much for being patient through it all. I also want to especially call out the next startup because the co-founders, both of them were actually in Turkey at a gaming conference and came back, cut their trip short, came back just for our demo day. So thank you for your commitment. Next up, we have Segwise. They basically build a co-pilot for performance marketing for games and apps. I'd like to call Brijesh, who's the co-founder and CEO, to come on stage and talk more about the kind of work they're doing.
Hey everyone, this is Brijesh. I'm the co-founder of Segwise. We build a co-pilot for performance marketing teams. All of you are VCs, you should pay attention because this is where all your money is going, and we basically build software to help it get deployed in a much better fashion. Like Anjolie was saying, we build a co-pilot for games and apps. Specifically, we picked this problem statement because we've experienced it personally before, and I'll talk a bit about it as well. But this is the kind of problems that all the startups in the mobile space are facing. Data work to deploy your ad spends correctly takes about 2 to 3 hours a day. If you don't do that, you end up missing a bunch of insights and spending on campaigns that you're not supposed to. It's expensive to build prediction infra. If you don't know if your money is going to ever come back, then you might as well light it on fire, which you wouldn't want, of course. And creative tags are really high as well. A bunch of startups you've already seen are helping people make creatives faster. And on top of all of this, people need to sleep. So you don't have real-time interventions, but ads don't work that way. Ads are running 24/7 across the globe. So these are the large problems that we wanted to tackle, and it felt like something that was really like a great problem for AI to solve because it's so structured. This is what Segwise does. It basically automates campaign and creative data monitoring. So the work that typically was done by data analysts or performance marketing analysts is completely automated, where our system keeps a tab on what campaigns and creatives need your interventions. It automatically predicts how campaigns and creatives are going to perform so that you don't end up spending money on campaigns and creatives that you are not supposed to. It also generates creatives on demand. The good part here is that because we're connected to your performance marketing data already, we have context of what creatives are working, what kind of geographies it's working in, so the creative that we will generate will have that context built in. And finally, it also executes these changes in real time so that you can sleep peacefully. These are the kind of improvements that we hope our systems will bring to our customers. We expect their ROAS to improve by almost 20 to 30%. It will end up saving 20 to 30% of typical user acquisition team's time. It also reduces dramatically the amount of time spent on creating creatives for your ad campaigns as well. This is our business model. It's quite simple. We charge based on a simple SaaS model. We have a nice little land and expand model as well, because most game studios have multiple apps. We land with one app and they eventually sort of expand into other apps as well. So we have that model going on for us, and our prices also increase with how much you spend. So that's another motion that comes into picture as well. This is the team. We both met at this company called FamPay, especially during the hypergrowth phase, where we were deploying about $500,000 on a monthly basis. We had to deploy a lot of resources, both from the engineering teams, data science teams, and product teams to be able to manage these spends really, really well. But not everybody has the luxury of being able to sort of build that amount of resources internally. So we thought that it'll be great if AI can step in and reduce the cost of running UA really, really well. I have worked in a bunch of ad tech companies before and led consumer product. Shobhat, who's my co-founder, has been working in a bunch of really large mobile companies like Uber and WhatsApp. So we understand this mobile advertising universe really, really well. And we have experienced the problem personally as well. So we think we're in a good position to build a good solution here. Just to give you a sense of how much money of yours is being deployed in the market, about $400 billion will be spent on mobile ads just this year, and it continues to grow. Even at 1% of deployed spends as an opportunity, it's a $4 billion revenue opportunity. Even if you want to do this bottoms up, currently there are about 10,000 apps on App Store and Play Store that are getting more than 50,000 installs per month and are spending on mobile ads. So it's a humongous market with a lot of money being deployed with not a lot of monitoring. This is some of our competition and how we stack up against them. So there are a bunch of AI data co-pilots, but they don't behave in an agentic fashion where they still expect you to come to the dashboard and have conversations with your data to eventually figure out what's the right thing to do. We don't do that. We automatically tell you what's the right thing to do, and in some cases they do that action as well. A lot of AI creative tools exist as well, but in our case, like I said, we have context of what's already working for you, and we also have context of what's working for your competitors, and we have context of what's working for mobile games specifically. So that really helps in making creatives which are more well-tuned to perform better for your ad creatives. And there are a bunch of traditional MMPs as well. So if you don't know what's an MMP, so they are the ones that tell you which user came from which ad campaign in a mobile app. So typical players here would be companies like Adjust, AppsFlyer, and Singular. We have an AI native approach to our solution. We have a lot more transparency in our pricing. And compared to all other big companies, most startups will also have better support and documentation, and we have that as well. We already work with a bunch of international customers. One of them is Madhook. We have a couple of others in Germany and Spain that are going to sign up very soon. And we work with a couple of customers in India as well. Coincidentally, a cute little graph that coincides with when we have been actively working with the Google team. We started the campaign with, we started the program with Google in July, and we've had a quick burst of revenue in the last 3 months, and we hope to continue this momentum in this quarter and next quarter. Big thanks to Google. It's been quite fun to work with all the other startups and see similar problems together. A lot of access to customers as well, because Google also runs accelerators for other app and gaming startups, which we got access to. And we got a lot of technical help because we build on top of Firebase, Gemini, and ad attribution software that Google owns. It was super helpful to have somebody on the inside who can help us out with these things as well. But yeah, that's about it. If you're interested in helping your portfolio company save a lot of money on the ad spends that they're doing, please talk to us. We'll be outside. Thank you.
Thank you, Brijesh. What an incredible presentations, right? I mean, from legal tech to gaming, I think that was 20 startups. I know you're exhausted as me, like with the good exhaustion, not the bad one, like with a lot of information overloaded. But we are almost at the end of the, the day. A couple of things before we sort of, and first of all, thank you so much to all the startups putting the effort. They had to, some of them had to cancel the meetings, investor pitch, etc., to make it happen here. And Brijesh, I think the last presentation, he just flew in and then came here. So thank you so much, all the founders, for being here. This would not have been possible without the help from a lot of people, right? I mean, starting from our team, some of us, you will see us behind the stage, and also around the stage, also taking, in the different parts of this hotel, running around to make it happen. Not just this demo day, but also the whole 3 months program. So big round of applause to all the team who is involved. And some of us, and we run multiple programs. We have an active app accelerator program going on. Some of us run that. And also everything from high touch to low touch program. So thank you everyone for making it happen. The other group of people who made it happen is our startup success managers, and they are in the room. So these are 20%. So this is not a core job like ours. I mean, ours is a full-time job, to work with the startups. So they take a 20% of their time to work with the startups, and they have 1 or 2 startups assigned, and they work with them weekly basis to make sure that they sort of get the help that required to make a progress on the OKR, which is defined as a part of the program. That's how we were making the progress on the tailored support. So thank you so much. If you are in the room, if you can stand up, and big shout out to all the startup success managers. Just please stand up, don't be shy. I don't know if they're in the room, but big round of applause to all of them. It would not be impossible without the support from them. And they're joined across from different teams, not just from one particular team. So thank you again for making it happen. And of course, our mentors. There's anchor mentors that we call anchor mentors. They sort of help us to sort of discover the challenges that we have with the startups. We typically work with external vendors here, so to avoid the bias that we have with the startups, I mean, the idea is to sort of understand what are the top challenges they're facing. So these vendors have sat with the startups in the beginning, so we do diagnosis meeting. So some of them are here, most of them could not make it, but thank you so much all the vendors for incredible support, and most of the vendors in this slides are the vendors who's been supporting our program since the inception of our accelerator program. And of course, hundreds of other vendors, right? I mean, it would not been possible with experts, both from Google and outside, who's taking out time to sort of work with the startups, provide inputs, even though it's not the core part of the job. And we have, experts and vendors joined from different parts of the world this time, supporting the startups. So thank you so much, everyone, again, for your contribution and being a part of this program, supporting the startups. With that, so we sort of moved to the next part of the last part of the event, the day, graduation moment. I think the whole program would not be possible without the startups, right? So thank you so much for trusting us, partnering with us, spending time, dedicating your resources and time with us. And this is incredible pleasure for us to work with this incredible set of startups. We get a lot of appreciation for the kind of startups that we work with, but I think it's all the startup founders who sort of put the trust and believe in us and join our program. So thank you so much, all of you. It's not just the founders, but the team. I know sometimes you have to bring the whole team to sort of make some changes to some of the suggestions that you're getting from the vendors. So thank you so much. Big round of applause to all the founders, as well as the startups team, for trusting us, being a part of this program. And our engagement is not ending here. We want to sort of, we have an alumni engagement, so we sort of, our team is your gateway to Google, so you can always reach out to us. We'll try to engage the startups in different forums. We try to showcase the good work they do in different forums. That's what we are going to do in the next couple of months. And we've sort of, as you've seen, like in the morning, we still sort of, engage with the startups like Wysa, who was part of our early cohorts, right? We'd love to do that with all of you, and sometime come back as a mentor, contribute back, support the next batch of startups. Looking forward to that. Before we sort of start inviting the startups, can I request Payal and Paul? Payal, you sort of heard from her. She's been listening to all the startup pitches. Hopefully she'll write some checks, but she's part of CorpDev team. Paul, if I can also sort of request you to be here, yeah? So Paul is partner in crime for the Accelerator program, so he's also a pioneer in sort of running the Google Accelerator for last 9 years. We'll sort of start inviting the startups. Request all the startups to be in the room. So we are going to call all of you. If you can come with the team, we are going to have a small memento for each of you for, as a gratitude from our side to be, being a part of this program. With that, we can start inviting the startups.
Thank you, Farish. Perfect. So like we said, these are all the startups in our cohort. Maybe we can start rolling the slides. Thank you. So first up, I'd like to call the 3 Daily team on stage.
You can go in the center.
Thank you, Harsha and team. Next slide, please. Next up, I'd also like to call Figure. Thank you, Team Figure. Next up, I'd like to call Hypergrow. I think you're going to be surprised to the amount of people from the team that are here. Thanks, Hypergrow. Here. Thank you, Team Hypergrow. Loving your energy at the end of demo day. Next up, I'd like to call Communicate. Thank you, Team Communicate. Up next, I'd like to call Kroop AI. Thank you, Team Kroop AI. Next, I'd like to call LearnTube, Gargi and Shronit. Thank you, LearnTube. Next, I'd like to call Mariana AI, Shweta Shetty. Thank you, Team Mariana. Up next, I'd like to call Team Anko. Thank you, Team Anko. Next, I'd like to call Team Merlin AI. Thank you, Team Merlin. Up next, I'd like to call the Privasapien team. Thank you, Team Privasapien. Next, I'd like to call the Segwise team. Please notice the QR codes on their t-shirts as well. Thanks, Team Segwise. Next up, I'd like to call the Seller app team. Thank you, Team Seller Up. Next, I'd like to call the Simply Smart team to the stage. Thank you, Team Simply Smart. Next, I'd like to call the Spot Draft team. Thank you, Team Spot Draft. Next, I'd like to call the Super Sourcing team. Thank you, Team Super Sourcing. Next, I'd like to call the Switch On team. Thank you, Team Switch On. Next up, I'd like to call the Appliance.ai team. Thank you, team Appliance.ai. Next, I'd like to call the Vidyo.ai team. Thank you, team Vidyo.ai. Now I'd like to call the visual dub team. Thank you, visual dub team. Next up, I'd like to call the Vodex team. Anshul, are you here? Perfect. So I think we've finished all the 20 startups. For the ones, the audience who are still here, if you could take a minute to fill out the feedback form just to let us know how today went, that'll be great. And for the ones outside exploring the demo booth, we're hoping to take a group picture today with all of our startups, mentors, VCs, ecosystem enablers, everybody here. So if we can all move towards the stage, we'll help you sit down, stand up, we'll figure out the positions. But everybody outside, if you could move in for a group photo. Everybody in the room, maybe you can come towards the stage so we can get ready for the photo. That'll be great. For the ones outside, I promise you, you will get time.